have 4 free practice sessions. Based on those times, the bottom 14 head to Q1, the middle 11 to Q2, and the top 8 to Q3. The 14 riders in qualifying 1 will battle for the 4 spots that will see them advance through to Q2. The same principle is applied to Q2, as this time 15 riders battle it out for the top 4 spots. After all that, we end up with 12 riders vying for pole position in qualifying 3, which will set the rest of the grid for Thursday's races. In qualifying race 1, 18 riders will race for 2 slots that will see them compete in race 1, with the fastest 15 from free practice, where championship points are on offer. Qualifying race 2 is much the same as qualifying race 1, but this time the bottom 16 from qualifying practice will race for a single slot into race 2. The top 18 in the championship after race 2 will race in the super final, where double points will be on offer. The rider with the most points after that will be crowned the winner and become the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series champion.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are watching on in the world. Welcome to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. It is time for the FIM MiniGP World Series final in 2022, the second instalment of the World Series final after its debut last year. And it was a fantastic debut last year, wasn't it? A fantastic event put on for the stars of the future in Grand Prix racing. 33 riders have joined us this time around, 17 nationalities, 16 series. It really is an abundance of talent from across the globe. My name is Elliot York, bringing you the action today. Alongside me in the commentary box down at the final corner at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo is Jack Gorson. We do have Fran Wild down in pit lane, bringing you everything you need to know. Really excited for this, Jack. It's going to be a great morning to kick things off here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Obviously a very, very busy weekend ahead in the Grand Prix paddock. But yeah, a good way to kick things off with all the future stars getting to know the circuit, getting to know these bikes as well in their own series from all around the world. We've got plenty of nationalities, plenty of series on show today. It's great to see everyone coming together for this great event. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, very good. Thank you for the good morning and the warm welcome. We'll also say a quick hello to Fran down in pit lane. You can see her there just on the screen. But no, it's certainly going to be a good event today. Of course, kicking off the racing action a little bit earlier than usual over this Valencia Grand Prix weekend. And with the second run in the MiniGP, we saw last year just how brilliant of an event it was. And also the guys that were at the front in that then go on this year to do some really good things in motorcycle racing and start to build their careers. And it's pretty cool as we see all these riders on the grid. Of course, they're all between 10 and 14. They are so young here, but they're also incredibly fast. And really, these are the guys that are going to go on in the next, well, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, however long it's going to take them to progress into the World Championship.
Certainly are, yeah. They've all been really enjoying themselves. I've been down here since Tuesday. They had the setup on Tuesday, getting fitted into all their levers. You can see Dennis Onchu down there on the grid. It's great to see the World Championship riders coming down and generally showing great enthusiasm. There was a few riders down here yesterday, and more will be coming down today. 3 minutes till the race start. We'll just run you through the running order for today. So this first race is qualifying race 1. So the bottom 18 riders, 17 with one of the injuries to the Japanese rider Matsuyama, unfortunately. He has travelled though, so it's good to see Matsuyama travelling all the way from Japan to be here. It's a good experience for all these riders just to be here and get a feel for it. So this is the qualifying race 1. The top 2 from this race will go into races 1 and 2. That's where the riders will start scoring championship points. So we've got race 1 coming up after that. Then it's the second qualifying race, and the winner of that one will go to race 2 to score points. And then it's time for the super final race later on today. So that'll be the top 18 in the championship, and it will be for double points as well. So it's not called the super final race, Jack, for nothing. It really is a super final race, and that's where we'll see the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series champion crowned. So it's going to be an important race for these guys to try and get them into races 1 and 2 this time.
It certainly is. And just before we do get underway with the first race, let's head down to Fran Wild, our pit lane reporter, who believes she's got Yuma Sasaki.
I have indeed. Very good morning, everyone. So are Yimu. You're actually on duty as the Malaysia Series ambassador, and you've got one of your guys on this grid. How much advice have you been able to give him? What have you been talking about to get through this qualifying race 1?
Well, I was watching yesterday, and they're amazingly fast. I don't know where to teach or what to teach, but I told them to have a good start because it looks like difficult to pass in this track. So I told them to have a good start, and hopefully they can finish on top 2.
Cool. Well, best of luck, Ayumu. Thanks for talking to us and great to see you here.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks to Fran and Ayumu down there. Of course, Ayumu Sasaki, a top rider of Moto3 at the minute, come up through the Talent Cup ranks himself, and now even I think he has his own kind of sort of talent academy that he nurtures back in Japan too. So good to see him here helping out down in MiniGP. We will be underway for the first race very, very shortly indeed. But we do have to say that with the popularity and success of MiniGP in the last year, well, from the 2021 World Series finals where we had 10 different series represented. This year we've got 16, so it's expanding all the time, and it's great to see people from all corners of the globe get these opportunities to come and race here and show their talent on the big stage.
Yeah, it really is. We see Ricardo Rossi there as well. He's not an ambassador, but just goes to show how involved these guys are in this. They've come down, obviously, on Thursday. They're all here at the circuit ready for Media Day, but this is sort of where they all started as well. You've got to start somewhere, and it's good to see the riders embracing what's going on. Somkat Chanch on screen there as well. Yeah, so we've got Japan, Indonesia, Qatar, India, Austria and Australia as the new series joining the World Series final this year. So yeah, it's gone from 10 up to 16 series, and it's expanding next year as well with the new Latin America series announced earlier on this year. So 1 minute then until the warm-up lap starts. They'll have a normal warm-up lap like we see on the world stage, then they'll come round to the grids and get going again. So here is the grids. Makare on pole, Valera second, Kitzbichler third, Mullen, Van Kolkeren and Stankovic, row 2, Futra, Werity and Merdeka on row 3.
And then rounding us out on the last couple of rows ago, we do have João from Portugal, and Harish, Trevor Rowe, one of the Brits, then Albana, Sangave, Fleming and Watson, 2 Australians at the back. And we do be underway very, very shortly. Fran, do you have someone down there for us before we kick off this first race?
I do indeed. So just as we get the warm-up lap in gear, Marcel Schröter, I will say it properly. Marcel, nice to see you down here. How are your guys feeling ahead of this one? You've got one near the front of the grid for this qualifying race one.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, it's really nice to be here. I've been here yesterday afternoon for quite a bit. Wasn't even planned. I mean, it was planned to come, but not to stay that long. But it's just pretty cool to see the guys, the little kids racing out there, and emotions, or even not much emotions. Just happy to be here. Reminds yourself a little bit on, you know, to enjoy the moment and just you know, enjoy racing like we did when we were young. But no, I cross the fingers for them. One of our guys is pretty fast. I think he was 3rd overall, so we will see him later on. And now it's for the other guy. Hopefully he can yeah, do a good race and qualify for the main race.
Hopefully you can. Well, thanks for talking to us and great to see you here. Like you said, a bit longer than planned as well. Great to see that passion.
Exactly. No, it's always good when, yeah, I mean, you see the young kids having fun and enjoy. And like I said, just reminds yourself of why you started. So it's good to be here.
Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, lovely words there from Marcel Schrotter, saying it reminded him of why he started. And he mentioned there as well, one of the riders in the field, actually, that is FIM MiniGP. We'll see him a little bit later. He qualified 3rd, a German representing the Austrian MiniGP series. We'll see him a little bit later in race 1. But for right now, we are going to be underway very, very shortly indeed with qualifying race 1. There is number 42. That is actually a young Frenchman, but he's representing the Qatar MiniGP series, Makare on pole. So watch out for him. He's not been too bad at all. Around that mid-pack area, still going very, very quick, and he'll launch from pole in just a few seconds.
Here we go then, qualifying race 1. We should mention, of course, that this is a mini Valencia circuit. It's the exact same layout, obviously just shortened. So here we go then, race 1 for qualifying 1 underway. It's a great start from the front row for the number 23 of Valeria from Indonesia. So he will go into turns 1 and 2 into the race leads. Everyone around there safe and sound. That's good to see. You can see the tarmac. I think it's all been redone this year, Jack. So it's good to see the putting in the effort. It's like I say, a complete miniature Circuit Ricardo Tormo, as you can probably tell. They've taken out the 2 chicanes that were here last year for safety reasons. So it's now just a straight squirt from the final corner into turn 1. But it's a good start then for the number 16 of Kitzbühel in second place and the leader of the Indonesian rider, Valera.
Yeah, just trying to spot where McElrea fell back to. I think it's around 5th or 6th. So not the best start for the pole man, but as you do say then, Valera will lead them across the line for the first lap. So he leads the first lap of 2022 World Series action here in Valencia. Not too sure who that was sliding on the inside. I'll have to catch the number as we come back through. That's one thing that, for you watching along at home, it's probably going to be quite hard to tell which rider is which. Oh, there's Somkiat Chantra, of course, doing very well in Moto2 this year. He'll be watching on very, very keenly indeed, as that looks like one of the Malaysian riders just sweeping around the outside up into 3rd there. So certainly plenty of action. Of course, this is a kart track, so the manoeuvres here, they are going to be quite a few. It's always seen close racing around here, but with kart tracks, you never know when they're just going to dive down the inside.
Can I do a perfect segue there and say, good morning, Somkiat. How are you feeling? How is your MiniGP experience?
Oh, also me, I first time in looking in MiniGP in Europe, and I see many riders super fast. Maybe if I riding also I will lose for sure. Because I see many riders quite super fast. Also, today I come to see the India team, and also they improve a lot, and I think they will go another QP.
Yeah, cool. Well, it's great to see you here. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to see Somkiat Chantra down here. Of course, not got a Thai World Series, but I'm sure we'll have that at some point in the future. They love the racing over there, don't they? So when we cross the line then, 11 laps to go. Still Valera, the Indonesian rider, out in front, and he's pulled a little bit of a gap now, 0.6 seconds. We haven't got official live timing, so it's getting a little bit difficult to work out who's who and what the gaps are in CompuOps. So I've just got a little thing on my phone, so we're going to try and do the best for you to bring that for you. A reminder, the top 2 in this race, the 14-lap race, will go through to races 1 and 2, where they are able to score World Championship points. Zhao then sets the fast lap of the race at 1:45.6. That's quicker than your race leader. The race leader set up 45.8 last time around, so slightly quicker, but Zhao's down in 10th place, so work to do.
Yeah, definitely work to do, and it does seem as though Kitzbühel in second place has got some work to do now, as everyone behind him seems to have got into a rhythm. They're just starting to bottle up behind him. You see this group goes all the way back to Zhao on the 41, actually looking like he's just going to make a manoeuvre on who that was. I couldn't quite see who that was. That was on the inside, or the outside of him, I do say, as though it does seem as though Stankovic has got through now on Kitzbühel number 16. So the Alpadria representee is up into second place then. Let's see what he can do about the gap at the front, because it is probably almost a second now, as we see one of the Irish representations. I think that was Mullen diving up the inside. It was indeed. So he's on the move too. So plenty of action going on now in this league group.
Yeah, the chase is on then for the top 2. These guys just battling out here. Number 16 of Kitzbühel there, the Austrian rider, he's down to 3rd now, and there's a bit of a gap bridging to the top 2. Race leader, the Indonesian Valera, is now sort of pulling away at the front. We'll try and look at the gap across the line. It's up to 1.2 seconds. So this is good stuff from Valera, the race leader. Kitzbühel on the chase in 2nd place, as it's getting a little bit busy now. It's obviously it's a very tight and twisty now, even for these bikes. There's not a lot of time to stretch the legs. That was a bit of a dive bomb, wasn't it? Up at turn 5 there, before the miniature back straight, before we come into the infield section, if you like. There's the top 2, and here's the chase for what would be the podium. There is no podium for this race, as it is a qualifying race. So with pretty much 8 laps to go now, the riders settle into their rhythm. This is the thing with sort of the MiniGP bikes, isn't it? We see it in Grand Prix racing as well. If you can sort of break the gap and get into a nice rhythm, these guys had 4 free practice sessions yesterday, as well as qualifying, so they know the track really well now. So if you can get into a good rhythm, it really helps you out, doesn't it?
Yeah, before we just see a little bit of action at the front, because there you see the confirmation that Stankovic is now closing in on the race leader. Before we see a little bit of action at the front, if you are wondering about the bikes, they are Avale GP0160s, I believe Elliot said before, but they're the exact same as what we used last year. And they're also the same things that even the MotoGP riders use for training. So if you're wondering, is this actually a good foundation for all these young budding riders to build their careers on? Yes, they absolutely are. They are the best things to be able to hone their skills. As we see now, McElrea trying to look up the inside of Mullen, I believe that was. Actually possibly going to lose a place to someone behind. Who was that was just coming up the inside? Can't quite see from the long shot, but we'll confirm as they come across the line. although Macrae has still managed to stay ahead. So certainly then, this pack just starting to split up a little bit as Mullen actually goes up the inside of, who was that? That was Kitzbühler. So Kitzbühler's fallen back another place then. And Mullen, once again, on the move, climbing up through the order.
So far, it's Indonesia from Alpe Adria are the two series that will be going through to join the others in races 1 and 2. The others, if they don't able to finish in the top 2, will have another chance to get into race 2 later on this morning. The winner from qualifying race 2, as we said at the start of the programme, will go through. But it looks like we're going to have a nice little battle for the lead. These two riders will know that they're safe in these positions to go through to races 1 and 2. So it doesn't really matter who wins, but obviously, I mean, at any age you really want to win, but at this age you obviously really want to win even more. It's great to see the enthusiasm these guys have got as we have a crash at the final corner for one of the Indian riders.
Number 21, that is Harish. That's a shame for Harish then. So that is the first faller we've had. That's not Harrison Watts, don't worry. No, number 12, diving up. He said that. So that's a change for the race lead then.
Stankovic through.
Oh, but he's come back through. Great racing. There's a classic thing of just corners leading into each other and being able to dive back up the inside at the next one. So there you go then. Valera bites back and maintains the lead, but he knows now for sure that he has pressure from behind. Oh, he doesn't maintain the lead. It's actually Stankovic back in the middle. I'm
swapping all the time,
I was getting confused with the colours there on the front of the bike, but it does look as though now he's going to get the drag down into turn 1, but he doesn't. So Stankovic is through into the lead then.
Yeah, Valera thinking about making a move up into turn 1, but thought better of it. These two now well clear of the chasing pack. Just trying to have a look on live time and what the gap is. Can't quite see at the minute.
Guys, sorry to interrupt.
No,
we
go
have
ahead, Fran.
the ambassador for one of the riders fighting for the lead, Ricardo Rossi. You said he's a beast.
Yeah.
It's a good race, huh?
Honestly, yeah, it's pretty fun. My rider started 7. He hasn't not have a good start, but after he was really aggressive in the first laps, he catch up. Now he's first, and honestly, the first 2 passes, he could stay there and be calm, but I see him really aggressive, and this is good. I like it. Let's have fun.
This is the thing, the top 2 go through.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to win. Do you think he'll still try?
I saw his face. He wanted a win. He wanted a win, and how he's riding, he wanted a win. He doesn't want to have second.
Okay, well, let's see. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks to Ricardo Rossi. He's obviously enjoying himself. You can tell in his voice that he's having a great time. And like we were saying, these young riders, no matter what the situation, they're going to want to beat either their mate or the competitor. When you're that age, you just want to win everything, don't you? And you sort of do anything you can to claim the victory. But maybe he'll think better of it, but I don't think he will. With 3 laps to go, I can see this being a great battle to take the race, qualifying race 1 win. That was close across the line, so that might be interesting on the final lap, and it was close into turn 1. It does look quick, and that's because it is quick. These young stars obviously know what they're doing on these bikes and around this track, and it obviously in person it was phenomenal to see them straight away yesterday just going out on track and just absolutely throwing it in. It's really, really impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. We're definitely seeing a little bit of a difference in performance with the size of these two at the front. You can see Stankovic there on the number 12 just have a little moment there. He definitely looks a bit bigger than Valera, the Indonesian, just behind him. And well, Stankovic is 2 years older than Valera. Valera only 10 and Stankovic 12. And as Ricardo Rossi rightly pointed out, Stankovic doing a cracking job because he's come up from 6th on the grid to lead this race. But there you go, you see that difference again, just that slight weight advantage that Valera has. Just seeing him get a little bit of a better run and top speed on the straight.
4.4 seconds then these two have over the chasing pack as Dennis Onchu watches on. He was down here for a while yesterday, was Dennis Onchu, speaking to the Qatar riders, the Qatar series riders. That's who he is ambassading for. Ambassading, is that a word? I don't think it is. Ambassadoring,
let's talk to Dennis then.
Yeah, go for it,
Hello,
Fran. Take it away.
We said you're always in Moto E pit lane, and now we see you're also a big fan of MiniGP, as well as the ambassador for the Qatar series. How is it? It's pretty fun to watch these guys going at it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice, because you see the young riders, and I remember my past, no? I was also so small, and one day I was racing like them, and now I grow a bit. I'm not in MotoGP, but at least I'm in the Moto3, no? So nice to see the past.
And what advice have you been giving your riders? What advice have you been giving them? Aggression?
Well, I have 2 riders here. One is too much nervous, and the other one is too much calm. So I told, okay, a bit nervous is always good, because it means that you have the potential, you can do something. And too much calm, maybe it's not the perfect thing because the confidence can bring you the mistakes. But anyway, I told them to enjoy the race. 12 laps, they are here for their dream, no? So enjoy the race.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Dennis.
No worries.
Just finishes in time to catch the end of the race. And it is Stankovic from Alpe Adria, who does take victory from Valera from Indonesia. So the top two then, Stankovic and Valera, great race from both of those riders, 0.03 seconds in it, as close as you like on the run to the line. But they will be going through to race 1 and race 2 to score championship points and maybe making their way into the super final race at the end of the day. But fantastic race then from Stankovic, the number 12 rider. He is the winner from Valera in second, and in the end it was 5.2 seconds gap back to the number 26 of Mullen from the Irish series. So good race there from Mullen. We don't have a podium for qualifying race 1, so unfortunately won't be standing on the podium, but we get another chance later on this afternoon or this morning.
Yeah, another chance coming up a little bit later then for the likes of Mullen and also Van Kalkeren, who finished 4th in that one, the Dutch rider. We barely mentioned him in that first race, but that's a pretty good preview as to what you can expect here. I think the average speed during the race there for the winner, Stankovic, was 70.2 kilometers an hour, and around a kart track that is no mean feat, particularly these bikes which only have a few horsepower. So certainly very, very good job indeed. Well done to this man as well, Valera. Very good showing, just a young 10-year-old. Quite incredible how good some of these riders are. Here's a replay then of what will turn out to be some of the race-winning action. So he went up the inside then at turn, what would that be, 5 or 6? I can't remember now.
6, I think.
And then just managed to hold it on the cut back, and here you see coming down to the line, getting that run out. Valera with his lightweight stature can't quite get there and just misses out. You can see the frustration there, but he is through to race 1, so he doesn't have to worry too much, and I'm certainly sure that these two will be putting on a good show there as well.
Very happy down there in pit lane then. You can see in the background some obviously the parents and family who have travelled to see their kids, their stars, race here today.
I was just going to say, sorry that Dennis actually had quite a lot to say, and we talked over that photo finish.
All
but
good, Fran,
great
all good.
finish to that race.
Yeah, no, all good. Chime in whenever you want. It's great to hear from the riders down there. They obviously know what they're talking about more than we do. So, yeah, good to see everyone down there. But, yeah, we'll have Stankovic and Valera then in races 1 and 2. That'll give them a nice boost of confidence after just missing out on automatic qualification into races 1 and 2.
So then this should be classification race 1. Yes, there we go. So this is qualifying race 1, and there you can see only 63 thousandths across the line in the end. Stankovic, he was celebrating before the line and he almost got caught, but not in the end. Valera takes second from Mullen, Van Kalkeren, Kitzbühler, Macquarie, the poleman, slipped down to 6th, but certainly no mean feat there. Then Adi Putra, Finan Werity, and then also Tantra Mahakardika in 9th. And then rounding out the rest of the young runners, we had Zhao, Trevorrow, Sangave, Albana, Fleming, and Watson, 2 Australians. And then the unfortunate crasher, Harish, who crashed out on about lap 8.
Here's highlights then from the opening race of the day. The riders on the grid there, some also obvious nerves. Everyone very excited to get racing underway. Valeria, the Indonesian, got the launch from the front row and he led into turn 1 and then started to pull a bit of a gap, did the Indonesian rider. But the number 12 of Stankovic from Alpe Adria series started to pick his way through the fields. Valeria had pulled a 1 second, just over a second gap, but you can see from the pictures here, the number 12 of Stankovic bridged the gap, and that was the crash then at the final corner for the Indian rider. Good to see that he was all okay. Obviously, visibly frustrated, as you can imagine, but the main thing is he was all okay. This was the action at the front between the top two. They pulled clear eventually by 5.2 seconds to both go through into races 1 and 2 to score championship points. This was the run to the line. Race winner Stankovic celebrating early, but it doesn't matter. The top two were always going to go through, but it's nice for Stankovic to get a race win under his belt.
to meet you. I think when you're racing, you get the elbows, right? Yeah. consiglio di venire a vedere una gara di questi piccoli campioncini.
Hello then, and welcome back to the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series final here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. The little go-kart track is located just over the back of turns 1 and turn 2, so if you're listening from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo or around the area, then get yourself down here and watch the young stars of the future in action. We've just had qualifying race 1. The top 2 from that race will be joining us here in officially race 1 of the day. This is where the riders will be scoring championship points. So we've got race 1 now, then we'll have qualifying race 2 where the winner of that will join race 2 after that. And then the top 18 from races 1 and 2 in the championship standings will go through to the super final race later on today, and that will be double points. So all to play for, everything on offer here today as the riders join the grids, getting the tyres warmed up, joining their mechanics on the grids. And I'm sure they're all very, very excited to get racing underway. My name's Elliot York, joining me again is Jack Gorson. We have Fran Wild down in pit lane getting all the noise from the riders down there. We've got plenty of riders, just saw there in your shot of Yuma Sasaki down there. We've got plenty of riders, ambassadors and the likes down there enjoying the MiniGP action. Of course, this is where they started their careers, not in the MiniGP paddock because it's new for, well, 2021 and 2022, but on mini bikes and on little karting tracks like this is where it all began for them. Good to see them joining in the fun down there. Jack, it was a good race 1, qualifying race 1 we've just seen, but this is where it gets serious. This is where championship points are on offer.
Yeah, it does get serious now. So championship points, as you do say, and joining the riders that are already qualified into race 1, as you see on the grid here. Stankovic that won that qualifying race 1, and Valera as well. Here's the pole man then, Gabriele Buono, the Italian, and that is no mean feat to be on pole, because you see there next to him the number 44 of Izan Rodriguez. He is actually the first ever MiniGP World Series final champion. He won all 3 races last year, won race 1, race 2, and then won the grand final at the end of the day. Clean sweeps the whole thing. So to be ahead of him on the grid, you've got to say Buono, very fast boy indeed.
Yeah, he was very happy, of course, yesterday. If you're following MiniGP on social media, you'll have seen him celebrating at the end of that one. But yeah, this is then Izan Rodriguez. He, like Jack said, won all 3 races in the World Series last year. And of course, if you do win the MiniGP World Series final, then you are invited back. So we have 3 Spanish riders on the grid. Rodriguez joined by Enzo Zaragoza and Edgar Sylvain this weekend here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. So yeah, good stuff from Rodriguez. He'll be obviously a little bit of a favourite coming into this weekend. He'll be the rider that the riders will be wanting to beat. So yeah, you can see at the bottom there, grid positions based on the qualifying 3 classification.
So once again then we have plenty of MotoGP, Moto2, Moto3 and riders all watching down there. And we believe that Fran has a very cool dude indeed down there. Joe Roberts is with her.
I do indeed have a very cool dude down here. Joe, good morning. How are you doing? How is your MiniGP experience, and how are your guys going? You got both of them in this race.
Honestly, it's going great. Yeah, the Americans are killing it. Nathan and Ryder are both here, and I think they've already made it into the super final. So that's freaking great. They're doing awesome. So I'm trying to give what I can, pass on whatever advice I can. They're not started quite up at the front, but the race is the race. They can make some passes. Americans always have a little bit more aggression than the Europeans, so.
That sounds like a challenge. I won't argue right now. But what has been your main advice then for this race? Is it about the racecraft, or have you given them any tips for riding? You're quite a lot taller, so I don't know how much can translate.
Yeah, with these little bikes, it's hard for me to give like a lot of advice. More just like the mentality, I think. Just trying to not get frustrated on that first lap, and the first lap just really try to pass as many people as you can, you know. And yeah, if it doesn't go the way you want, it's a long race, and just try to pass the guy in front of you. That's the goal always. So yeah, I hope they kill it. I know they will. And looked at a couple things yesterday with their lines and stuff to see if I could help there. And yeah, we'll see. I know they're going to do good.
Well, we shall see. But thanks so much for coming down here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Francis, and thank you to Joe Roberts. Yeah, he was down there for a while yesterday, as a few of the riders were really getting stuck in, really, yeah, talking to their respective series riders, 2 from each, 3 from Spain, with Rodriguez joining the party after being crowned champion last year. But yeah, everyone was getting stuck in, and I was speaking to a few of the riders yesterday, Jack, and they're obviously really involved, really enjoying it. But I was saying, what advice have you given them? It's like, can't really give too much advice on the riding part. Some of the riders obviously have ridden these bikes before. It's good for the training, but it's all about enjoying yourself, isn't it, at this age?
Yeah, exactly. You just got to enjoy it. You know, all these young riders are down there with their family, their mums and dads, brothers and sisters watching on, and really it's just go out there, have fun. And I think that's the best way as a kid anyway, to just ride and have fun on your bike and go fast, really. It's the only kind of philosophy to it. There you can see Jorge Viejas, FIM president, of course, keeping a very close eye on this series. Well, covers all sorts of motorsports, doesn't he? Anything involved with FIM, and Jorge Viejas will be there. Always good to see him representing from very top, so it shows you how important this whole series is as well.
Yeah, it is hugely important. It's a really, really well-run event, as you can understand it. It really is super, super professional. Everyone involved working as hard as they can. It's not just a thing we put on and sort of, here we go, here it is. It's a lot of hard work and effort goes into it. We're going to get the race underway very shortly. Here's Roman Durdis. He will be starting 7th place. This is it's good experience for the riders to have sort of the grid walk and the cameras in their faces, and I'm sure they're all very nervous. I can think back to when I was that age. You did get a bit more nervous than you probably should do about little things like football matches and stuff, and obviously having some of their heroes here as well, of course, will be making them a little bit nervous, but I'm sure they're all very excited as well. So here's the grid then. Bueno on pole, Rodriguez and Cratchwell is your front row. Fino, Ifran and Matos is row 2. Durdis, Dubois and Ikegami, the Japanese rider, is row 3.
I have to say about Durdis that we just saw there on the grid, fantastic stare down concentration.
Yeah,
Didn't blink once. So Guillao is there from 10th, and there's Guka, the first of the Americans in Zaragoza as well. And then the second of the Americans, Davis, is there in 13th. There's certainly 2 Americans going well. And completing the grid, Sylvan and Humphreys, and the 2 at the back. I'll just quickly check my sheet. They are Macare and Valera as well.
So they'll have a warm-up lap for the riders, and then they'll come back round to the grids, and they'll get race 1. Well, the second race of the day, but the official race 1 underway. This is where they score championship points, just like it is in the Grand Prix paddock. 25 for a race win, 20 for second place, and so on and so forth. And of course, later on, the top 18 will be heading into that super final. So plenty of action in the qualifying race. This is going to be an interesting race, to say the least. Obviously, these are the quickest guys that have been here this weekend over the, well, yesterday in free practice and qualifying. These were the fastest guys. So this is where the main experience and talent lies here this weekend. These have really hit the ground running, and it was so interesting to see yesterday that some of these guys just entered the track and just got straight down to business. It was just chucking it into, I was watching just in the pit lane at turn 1, you can see the riders braking, chucking it into turn 1, the left-hander, and it really is astonishing to watch how confident these guys are.
Yeah, they don't mess about. They're certainly going to be superstars of the future. That is the reason why they're here. These, of course, are the top 2 from each of their respective MiniGP series. And we're going to see then if Buono, that man there on your screen, can be the first man to topple the might of Izan Rodriguez here in MiniGP. He's won all 3 races that he's competed in last year. There you see him on screen, the Spaniard, number 44. So watch out from him launching from second place, as we do just see kids. I think that was coming up. There's Diogo Moreira. So even more the Moto3 riders have made their way down to come and have a watch. And we will be underway very, very shortly indeed for race 1. Remember, this is the first opportunity for championship points, so this one is crucial.
14 laps coming up then around this 985-metre mini Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Revs are up and we are underway, and it was a great start from pole, and it's a good start also from the pole sitter's teammate from Italy. So a great start from the 2 Italians then, P1 and P2. Rodriguez, the number 44 rider there, didn't get away too well. He's been shoved down to 4th early on, but then a good start from the Italians then. Both Italians have been really, really strong this weekend. The number 27, that's your pole sitter of Buono, and Lorenzo Fino is the number 28 rider, who also got a good start for Italy.
Yeah, look at those, the number 33 of Irfan representing the Malaysia series there. You do see him on screen looking to go up the inside. I believe that's actually, who was that in 3rd? Was it still Rodriguez, or is it not in 3rd? No, it's not Rodriguez in 3rd. So that's actually Cratchwell. So he started on the front row in 3rd and does come across the line at the end of lap 1 in 3rd, but he's under pressure indeed, as though actually it looked as though Irfan may have missed a gear coming down the start straight there, and Rodriguez is back up into 4th.
Good stuff then. Rodriguez making his way back up into 4th. That's a Japanese rider of Ikegami in 5th place, I think it is. The only Japanese rider on the grid, unfortunately, with teammate Haruki Matsuyama unfortunately injured, as we mentioned in the qualifying race. He has made his way here to just take in the atmosphere, soak up what it's like to be at the MiniGP World Series. Of course, chatting to Tagaki Nakagami yesterday as well, so that's great for the Japanese rider, the young Japanese rider, who unfortunately will obviously be upset that he's not riding, but good for him to be here anyway. So we can see then pole sitter Buono, race leader, is bridging a gap already. He was a couple of tenths quicker than the rest in qualifying yesterday, Jack. So he has clearly got some pace around here. It's a different kettle of fish in the race, isn't it? As he sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:44.7, which is slightly different in race conditions, but this isn't what the other riders wanted to see, him getting out front and getting into a rhythm.
No, definitely not. I mean, that 1:44.792, I think it was, that he just posted there, that would have put him 3rd on the grid. So certainly very good anyway. And yesterday in qualifying, he did a 44.482, almost 3 tenths quicker than Izan Rodriguez, the reigning champ from last year. So certainly Buono's got the pace to put it to anyone on this grid at the moment, and he is proving that right now.
Battling away then down outside of top two. They've just got to be careful, box a little bit clever so they don't allow them to stretch clear. To be fair, second place, the number 28 of Lorenzo Fino, of course, teammate to Luono. They were speaking to Luca Marini yesterday. Luca Marini, the ambassador, he was very excited to be down here, and he was also mentioning just how quick these guys are straight away on a circuit that they haven't necessarily ridden before. Obviously, they know these bikes very well, and they're young and they can adapt to anything, really, can't they? Because we have a crasher then. Who is this that's gone down? Good to see them up and on their feet.
Stankovic, who won the qualifying race 1 earlier, so that's a shame. Obviously looking to prove what he can do. I tell you what, look at that. That gap's come down a little bit. I think actually Buono was just telling some exuberant either fans or parents, not too sure, on the pit wall there, just to calm down a little bit. But anyway, look at that. They are all over him now. So that gap, but what was it last time around? It was almost up to a second, wasn't it? It's completely gone. As we see another one, that looks like one of the Americans. That's Davis. That's such a shame there. So Davis has gone down as well. So that's 2 crashes already in this race 1 here.
Unfortunately then for Ryder Davis, you can see him trying to kickstart his machine to try and get back into the race. But yeah, unfortunately, again, good to see them all okay. So I love this last corner because it is literally identical to Valencia. That was a late lunge on his teammate from Fino. So friendly fire then from the Italians, and that's allowed the number 15 of Kratovic to come through to lead the race. The German rider riding for the Austrian
there's another
series.
Big move. Ikegami up the inside. Wow, that was a big move from Ikegami, making contact then with Rodriguez, the Spaniard, ahead of him. So that's given a small... Actually, Ikegami set the fastest lap on that last lap, so no wonder he's looking to dive up the inside. As once again, he looks up the inside. Rodriguez forces him wide. Wow, they both have a moment on the rear. Wow, this is really starting to lighten up here, as we do see now there is a gap ahead of Ikegami after all those shenanigans here on, what was that, the 5th lap of this race.
That's just allowed the top 2 then to break a little bit clear of the chasing pack with 8 laps to go when we cross the line. So it's German rider of Kratchel leading the way from Fino. And Rodriguez was in 3rd place. The graphics a little bit out of date now, as you can tell, with all the bumping and barging going on. These riders obviously want to do as well as they can. They want to stand on the podium, of course. Everyone wants to win, but there can only be one winner. So the number 28 then of Fino made that lunge on his teammate at the final corner a couple of laps to go. Is now shadowing 1st place race leader number 15, Kratchel.
Look at the style of Kratchel.
I know,
as well.
great,
Watch him coming through the tight corners. You see how far he leans off the bike. These kids really are very talented indeed. Some brilliant young riders here that will surely go on in years future to end up on the Merc Free grid and progress all the way up. We have no doubt. As it looks as though Buono was just looking at the inside of Ikegami there, trying to recover after those 2 bad laps that saw him slip from the lead all the way down to 4th or 5th. So certainly work to do then for the pole man.
He just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's clearly got his head back down. He might be a little bit annoyed with what just happened. He was leading the race, not comfortably by any means, but he was going well out front, and it's never good to get passed by a few of your competitors. We know how hungry these guys are and fast these guys are. They all really, really want to win. Obviously, they're all 10 to 14 years old, so you can see just how excited they are and how much they do want to win. So 6 laps to go then. This is still in the balance, of course. Buono there just shadowing a move on Ikegami at turn 1, but fought better on it. But it's bunched back up again, hasn't it? As Ikegami incidentally set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap around. So the riders are getting quicker and quicker here. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Should we call it the mini Circuit Ricardo Tormo?
Yeah.
Hello, Francis.
I would also vote for that. Just got Tetsuta Nagashima down here as a Yumu Sasaki named him earlier, the boss of Japan. And Tetsu, it's going pretty well. You're a big player in this race at the moment. Sadly, only 1 rider out there. But are you impressed with what you've seen so far?
Yeah, we are expecting about like this because I know him very well, and he's been strong during the race all the race in Japan, because he's a little bit too heavy, and then on the straight a little bit difficult. Also, he make the lap time is a little bit difficult, but if he follow and during the race he is so strong, and yeah, I hope he can get podium. He can keep even that for race wise okay. For me. I'm a little bit nervous.
I was going to say, you can see you're trying to watch the race and talk to me.
Yeah, the guys are very fast and looks like it's quite difficult. But it's nice, good experience for them, for sure.
It really is. So thank you very much, Tetsu. Let's see what happens now.
Thank you.
As always, good interviews there from Tetsuta Nagashima. Always a smile on his face, loves any situation, certainly does, doesn't he? But you can definitely hear the nerves in the voice as we see Ikegami once again coming under pressure from Buono. And this whole group has closed up. We have to say as well that in 6th place is Pedro Matos, who's actually representing the
Lunge from Ikegami.
Here. Oh, there's two that have gone through then from... Was that? It was Buono that slipped back, wasn't it? Yeah. So, well, it's all starting to happen, but we've just finished the point about Pedro Matos. He's one of the few that raced in the series last year, and he finished 6th, and his PB was 6th, but once again, he's running 6th here. So certainly could do with trying to gain a couple more positions. Now it is all changed. Look at that.
Oh, that's close down to turn 1. Out of shape as well. I think number 27 of Buono's going to come back at turn 2. Yes, he is. Very tight indeed, but Ikegami's going to hold it.
Oh,
and then,
great race.
I thought he was going to come up the inside, but this is fantastic stuff. They're obviously all going out for victory, but that squabbling just means Kratok Will has just extended his lead slightly. The German rider riding for the Austrian series, but with 2.5 laps to go, this is getting down to the business end of the race. Race 1, of course, we've got full points on offer, 25 for the win, 20 for second, 16 for third, like we see in the Grand Prix paddock. That's a lunge again. Oh, the final corner, that was a little bit out of shape for Fino. He likes that lunge down at the final corner, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does. Come across the line then for 2 laps to go. Kratok Will has half a second on Ikegami, certainly doing a great job indeed. We spoke to Marcel Schotter earlier and he said watch out for the German rider, and certainly he has proven right so far. I tell you what though, that's less than half a second, isn't it?
Certainly
Ikegami
is
going all out here. Tetsuta Nagashima told him podium's okay, but no, actually, he wants to go for the win.
We saw Tiger Harder and Kaito Toba watching on 2 other Japanese riders, of course. So these guys have got all the stars watching them, which adds a little bit of pressure, but also adds to the excitement as well, performing in front of your heroes. What a feeling this is for these riders. So, well, I was going to say 2 laps to go, but it is going to be final lap time here for race 1 at the mini Circuit Ricardo Tormo for race 1 of the FIM MiniGP World Series. Ikegami is going to look at the inside of turn 2. Yes, he is. That's a great move. But Kratok Will, is he going to get the fight back? But Ikegami's going to hold it then. So Ikegami then leads on the last lap.
Oh, I thought he was going to lose a rear there, but no, it doesn't seem he's going to go for it. Oh, Kratok Will is going to go for it up the inside. The German rider, just about hangs on to it. And now we see Buono, the pole man, coming, trying to back up into second anyway, but not going to happen. 2 corners to go. It looks as though this may be going the way of the Japanese rider, Ikegami.
Certainly does. There's a lunge coming, not quite. They're not going to be close enough to do that. So it is then going to be Ikegami. As Kratok Will runs wide at the final corner. Is he going to lose out on the run to the line? No, he isn't. But it is Ikegami then, the Japanese rider. A great victory. The Japanese riders, Yum Sasaki and Nagashima, celebrate their rider winning. Fantastic from Ikegami then. 0.3 seconds the eventual advantage over the line. Kratok Will did well to hold on to second place, and Buono, the pole sitter, takes podium. The Japanese series guys down there, friends, family, mechanics, of course. Great to see then their rider win the race. Yuru Ikegami then, the full 25 points and an early championship lead for the Japanese rider.
What a ride as well. Ikegami came from 9th on the grid.
Yeah.
Tetsu said, didn't he, that qualifying a bit more of a challenge, but race pace, all good. And I don't want to say that we're good luck, but maybe we're good luck.
Well, you'll have to prove it again in race 2 later, Fran.
Let's choose our victim then, and we'll see what happens.
Good stuff then from Ikegami. Yeah, clearly goes better in the races than he does in qualifying. We see that across the board in World Championship, don't we? Some riders just aren't able to get the full performance out on a qualifying lap, but it doesn't matter when it comes to race. Of course, when they're racing on circuits like this and on equal machinery, you can always make up time in the races. As some of the Red Bull rookies riders watch on from the grandstand, and the riders will take to Parc Fermé.
Yeah, well, Red Bull rookies is obviously where one of the places where these young riders here will be hoping to end up in a season or 2. And certainly the guys that you've just seen at the front of that race, well, very, very high chance of that happening.
Absolutely, yeah. The riders here are not quite old enough yet to make the step into the Asia Talent Cup or the Talent Cups, British Talent Cup, European Talent Cup, etc. Red Bull rookies, you have to be 14 to compete. But this is really where it all starts for these guys. They can move on to national series at a higher level, and then when they're old enough, make their way into the Talent Cup system. But yeah, a great starting point for these guys on the road to MotoGP. The whole point of this was to enable more young riders to have the platform to do exactly that. But here's Ikegami then, the race winner.
Ah, good man, going to help out his competitor. Very good, that's what we love to see. So Ikegami then is the first man to dethrone Izan Rodriguez. That's the first time he hasn't won a race that he's competed in the FIM MiniGP World Series. In the final at least anyway, so certainly a very good job.
This is the last replay of the last lap. Yeah, so turn 2 then lined it up well, didn't he? And just stuck it up the insides. Crattock Will did try to get it back, but he just got out of shape there, didn't he? Just on the exit of turn 2, and from there Ikegami was able to stretch his lead. Buono there, making life difficult for Crattock Will, the German rider. And yeah, you can see there Crattock Will running wide at the final corner. A couple of riders there running wide, but good stuff from Ikegami. And all those guys up there fighting.
Yeah, and you just look how close as well that whole top 10 was.
Yeah,
really going close. All the way back to Dubois, I think, the French rider. So certainly very, very good job indeed from all these guys, because if you look at the average pace across it, they will all be very, very close.
So the guys will be standing on the podium very shortly. You can see some of the riders there.
Very, very happy.
Very, very happy.
It's great to see all the congratulations and real enthusiasm about, well, just what these young riders are doing. You can see there all the photos. I think Nagashima also had his phone out getting a little picture. I'm sure that'll end up on Instagram at some point. Yeah. It's great to see the support.
It really is, and obviously they've all travelled from Japan as well, so it's not like they've come from Europe, a nice little short hour or two flight. They've all come over from Japan to race in the MiniGP World Series final, so for them to obviously first and foremost be enjoying themselves, and obviously to get a race win, what a bonus that is for these guys. They've got another race coming up later on after the second qualifying race, which is coming up next, and then, like we say, it is time for the super final race later on today.
Yeah, we did briefly see there on screen as well Ikegami's teammate, or would have been for this event, Matsuyama, but unfortunately, as we did say at the start of the race, out of this one with injury. You can see there just with his sling in an arm, so all the best wishes to him. We hope it's a speedy and easy recovery for him. So here we go then, the final results for race 1. The perfect start for Ikegami after coming from 9th to win it by 4/10 from Crattock Will. Good job from him actually as well, going from the front row to 2nd place. Buono, the pole man, slipped back to 3rd. Fino, his teammate, in 4th from Irfan Rodriguez, Matos, Zaragoza and Durdis. And then rounding out the rest of our runners. Unfortunately, I haven't seen that one, but I do believe it was Dubois that finished in 10th.
So then, time for the podium here for race 1 of the FIM MiniGP World Series final in Valencia. There's the 3 podium finishers: Japan, Italy, and Austria Series.
Very cool little machines.
Oh, they're awesome.
Would you have a go on one, Elliot, or not?
I definitely would, but I'd make a fool of myself on one, I think. I'd try and go as quick as these guys do, straight out of the box, and then, yeah, just make a fool of myself. But it is time for the podium. You can hear my colleague Fran Wilds talking there.
From Italy and from the Italy series.
So Buono then comes up onto the podium.
Just defeated near the end from Germany, but from the Austria series, it's FIM Finn. Congratulations.
Pronouncing the names superbly, unlike us in the commentary box.
By the boss, no less. Please welcome Japan series rider Seiryo Ikegami.
Yeah, of course, Fran, a fantastic linguist, speaks about 4 or 5 different languages.
The 3rd place trophy. Please welcome Marika Barbiero, the sales representative from Obale, as she presents 3rd to Gabriel Fabio Buono.
Very happy with the
Marco
podium,
will
of course.
present second place to FIM MiniGP.
Yeah, it's a nice little souvenir, obviously, for the riders to take back. You know, something to treasure as they go on.
The first classified rider is presented by Giorgio Barbier, head of motorsport moto from Pirelli. Congratulations, Sergio Ikegami!
Yeah, congratulations indeed,
So
race
now,
one
ladies
winner.
and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Japan.
So congratulations then to Ikegami. We'll see him back in race 2 very, very shortly indeed. And that might not be the last time we hear the Japanese national anthem this weekend. Not just here in MiniGP, but also in Moto 2 as well. Of course, compatriot Ayagura going for his first World Championship, I believe.
Moto 3.
Or Moto 3, yeah. Sasaki might win the race, that's for sure. Also Suzuki and others. But you have to say, Agura, what is he, 13 points off Fernandez?
9.5.
Sorry, it is 9.5, isn't it? Yes, that's
9.5.
So certainly very high possibility of that. But that's later. Here are the standings for now.
So yeah, as you were then for race 1, 25 points going the way of Ikegami. Cratchit Will on the podium, 20 points. Buono picking up 16 points. Ethan Rodriguez there, the champion from last year, claiming 10 points after finishing in 6th place. Yeah, we're going to see all these riders back out for race 2 a little bit later on. Coming up next, in around about, 15 or so minutes time after a short break, we'll have the second qualifying race of the day, where the winner will join these guys in race 2. So do stick around for that. These are the highlights then from race 1. Everyone on the grid very excited, a little bit nervous. Some of the riders there. That's Marcel Trotter watching on, of course. It was a great start from pole from the number 27 of Buono. And he led for a few laps as the riders squabbled away down the fields here at the mini circuit Ricardo Tormo. There's Joe Roberts looking on, very excited, of course. And that was a crash for one of the North American riders. I think that was Davis going down there. This was the lunge then. Teammate to Buono, Lorenzo Fino, the fellow Italian, died at the inside, and that brought the group back together. Kratovic, the number 15 rider riding for the Austrian series, the German, he took the leads. And this is where Ikegami started to make serious progress, up into 2nd place, then set his sights on race leader Cratchit Will, and this was the last lap then, coming into turn 2. Ikegami dived at the inside. Cratchit Will tried to get him on the cutback, but just lost out. It was close down there into turn 6. And this was the final corner, perfectly done from race leader Ikegami. He held the run to the line. Cratchit Will held on for 2nd place, and Pole Sitter Buono claimed P3. So a fantastic race here in race 1. We'll be back shortly after a very short break for qualifying race 2. Join us in around about 15 minutes for that one.
full throttle. Nice to meet you. I think when you're racing, you get the elbows, eh? Yeah. consiglio di venire a vedere una gara di questi piccoli campioncini. speed will be presented to the 160 category. Going presented by Jake Gagne. On first place finisher, Anthony Lupo Jr.
Was that Davis or was it Galka? One of the leading two had a problem. They've now dropped back into fourth position. Davis is still leading. Ryder Davis then takes the 25 points.
The FIM MiniGP World Series final is back, and here's everything you need to know about it. Once again, the Ovale GP0160s are the vessel to guide the next generation of young talent up the motorcycling ranks. The riders will come from far and wide, and this year 33 riders from 16 different MiniGP series converge on Valencia. At the heart of the world final format is the group lottery consisting of 3 groups, A, B and C. On Wednesday, each group of 11 riders will have 4 free practice sessions. Based on those times, the bottom 14 head to Q1, the middle 11 to Q2 and the top 8 to Q3. The 14 riders in qualifying 1 will battle for the 4 spots that will see them advance through to Q2. The same principle is applied to Q2, as this time 15 riders battle it out for the top 4 spots. After all that, we end up with 12 riders vying for pole position in qualifying 3, which will set the rest of the grid for Thursday's races. In qualifying race 1, 18 riders will race for 2 slots that will see them compete in race 1, with the fastest 15 from free practice, where championship points are on offer. Qualifying race 2 is much the same as qualifying race 1, but this time the bottom 16 from qualifying practice will race for a single slot into race 2. The top 18 in the championship after race 2 will race in the super final, where double points will be on offer. The rider with the most points after that will be crowned the winner and become the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series champion.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome back to the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series final. We've had qualifying race 1 and then we've just had race 1 official where the championship points were scored, and this is now time for the second qualifying race of the day. The final qualifying race of the day, the winner of this race will be joining the competitors in race 2 and potentially getting themselves into the super final race later on as well. My name's Elliot York, Jack Gorse alongside me in the commentary box and Francis Wild down in pit lane. And earlier on, as we just saw there, Jack, it looks like the wind has picked up slightly. Fran said at the end of the last broadcast that the wind had just started picking up, so a little bit of extra iffy conditions for these riders to contend with, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah, time for qualifying race 2 then. Here the riders just pulling up to the grids. Sure, nerves and excitement are both high, but should be a good race. We saw a good race in qualifying race 1, and now it's time for these guys to try and win this race to get themselves into the all-important race 2.
Yeah, so this one then, a proper last chance saloon, last chance qualifier, if you will. So certainly the last chance to gain into a position to be able to go on and score championship points in race 2 and get yourself into that all-important grand final. Just as we saw in qualifying race 1, Nolan Macari is on pole position again here in qualifying race 2, looking to go a couple of spots better than he did in qualifying race 1. I believe he finished 4th, little wave there. And it's certainly going to be a very hotly contested one, as we do say. It's literally all or nothing now for these guys. And for any one spot, we can be quite sure that there's going to be some big dive bombs coming in, like we just saw in race 1 only half an hour ago as well.
Yeah, lots of battles. It's fantastic to see all the riders getting stuck in. Obviously, they're very young and very excited, and they all just want to win. And of course, this race is all about winning. Kit Spickler there, starting from the front row. The Austrian number 16 rider, of course, riding for the Austria Series. Yeah, great to see all these riders excited ahead of the second qualifying race. It should be, like we say, a very good race, a very exciting race, and also a very intense race, because these riders will know how important it is to try and win this race. They want to come here, they want to race as much as possible, and if they don't finish first, then unfortunately racing for this week and this year in the FIM MiniGP World Series will be over for these guys. So they're going to put on a good show for us. The fans and friends and family who have made their way down to Valencia are also excited to see their stars race in front of them on this mini Circuit Ricardo Tormo. It literally is a carbon copy of the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, just obviously shrunk down. They took the chicanes out at the start of the start-finish straight and the end of the start-finish straight from last year due to safety reasons. There's Jack Miller, ambassador of the Australian Series. Of course, good to see Jack down here enjoying some of the action.
Yeah, enjoying some of the action. Actually, his last weekend in full factory reds, he moves across to Red Bull KTM factory racing team for next season. You'll see him probably not in those colours on Tuesday. We know what the contracts are all like, but certainly we'll see him in that arrangement anyway. You did just see, there's Van Kalkeren. He actually went very, very well indeed, the Dutchman, in the first qualifying race. Just before that, we did see as well Lewis Mullen representing the Irish MiniGP Series. He actually finished 3rd in that first qualifying race, so he was kind of a harsh title to give, but first of the losers, shall we say. So certainly one of the odds-on favourites to come into this and pinch that all-important race victory here to get yourself into race 2.
Yeah, he'll certainly be confident of trying to win this race from the front row, trying to get a good start.
That was Peter Hickman there in the background, if you're wondering why he's there. Hickey is actually the supplier in the UK for Avali machines, so certainly that's the reason why Hickey's here. Obviously helps out with providing the machines for the series, so thanks to Hickey, fastest man on the planet in road racing, and also a good man here just helping out with all the young stars looking to build their series and their careers.
Yeah, it's a fantastic setup down here for the FIM MiniGP World Series. Plenty of stars. There's Peter Hickman there talking to one of the Irish guys. Peter Hickman obviously very close with Avali, and these bikes are the super trick. I've been watching them yesterday and obviously on track today as well, and they're awesome bits of kit, perfect for these riders to learn their trade on and have fun on at the same time as well. Of course, it's all about enjoying it first and foremost for these guys. Obviously, it's a little bit of added pressure coming into the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, having all your stars and heroes watching you from the sidelines, having your obviously friends and family watching as well, and racing against riders from across the globe as well. So a fantastic event put on for these guys. Give a wave to the camera. The classic full gas sign as well, learning that from a young age. Great to see. Nerves will of course be high, but they'll also be excited as well. So we're going to get qualifying race 2 underway very shortly. Reminder, the winner of this race will go through to race 2 and have a chance of scoring some championship points. We're going to get underway very shortly indeed.
Yeah, not long now then. You can see the pace cars just come to the back of the grid, so a couple of minutes and we'll be going out for that warm-up lap. Of course, there's a fair representation from all over here. Is Tiago João representing Portuguese MiniGP series. There's also both Australians in here. I think we have one of the Indian riders as well. We have one of the Indonesians, actually not the other Indonesian, because Valera did manage to pinch himself a transfer spot in qualifying race 1. So Tantra Mahardika is going to achieve the same result as his teammate did earlier on. There's also, well, who else do we have? We have one of the UK representatives, Trevor Rowe, and we'll run you down everyone that is going to be competing in this when we see the grid momentarily. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a battle, I do suspect. It's going to be all or nothing for that top spot.
It is. You rightly dubbed it as last chance saloon. It certainly is last chance saloon. Everyone going to be fighting for victory, really wanting that victory so they can have another race a little bit later on. Well, the next race after this course is race 2 before the super final race gets underway a little bit later on. So here's the starting grid then for qualifying race 2. Macari on pole, Kitzbichler and Mullen is your first row. Van Kalkren, Putra and Werity is row 2. Mahardika, João and Harish is your third row.
Yeah, Harish crashed in that first qualifying race, unfortunately, so certainly he'll be wanting to go a little bit better in this one and completing the grid here in qualifying race 2 with Trevorrow, Albana, Sangave and the 2 Australians at the back, Fleming and Watts. Watch out for them trying to come through and upset the order. So here we go then, all the paddock personnel, starters, everything going off the grid, just leaving the stars of the future alone on the grid with their machines. You can see the number 42 on pole position, Macare, the Frenchman representing the Qatar MiniGP series. He'll be hoping to go a little bit better than he did in qualifying race 1. Wasn't far off the marks and certainly very possible indeed. And now we are firing onto the warm-up lap. So underway very, very shortly.
Certainly are. The clouds have just rolled in slightly. I hope the rain does hold off for today, at least until the MiniGP ends, because I don't want to see any wet weather. It's good to see all these guys battling out in the dry, and of course they've not had any wet weather this weekend, so for the rain to come this afternoon would be a little bit disappointing. But you can see conditions aren't too bad, 20 km/h wind, so yeah, the wind is picking up here.
Luckily,
warm enough though.
Yeah, it's not cold, is it?
No, it's not cold.
It's a nice day here in Valencia, at least for us Brits anyway. The Spaniards are all saying it's a little cold, but
yeah, it's
fine. It's okay out there. It's all right.
22 is the height of summer. It was 27 on Tuesday. We'd normally come to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in November and expect sort of, well, mid to high teens and it being a little bit cold, but the weather this weekend looks like it's going to be all okay, so hopefully it does hold out for the remaining races. This race, race 2, and then the super final race coming up. Who will progress into race 2 after this? We're going to find out very shortly indeed as Jack Miller watches on. So the lights will come on then, and we'll be underway for qualifying race 2. 14 laps of the 985-metre mini Circuit Ricardo Tormo. And we are underway then. Who's got a good launch from pole? It's Kitzbichler from the number 2 slot on the front row. He gets a perfect start, and he is into P1 straight from the off. That's a Malaysian rider coming up into second place. It looks like Putra has made a good start, the Malaysian rider there. So good start then from Putra. 1-2 then for Kitzbichler and Putra. Just seeing who's in the background. The number 42, just getting a bit out of shape there. The pole sitter, Macare, the Frenchman riding for the Qatar series. Didn't get the best of starts, but he's trying to pick his way through the field already.
So Kitzbichler then on this lap 1, inspired by his teammate Classic Will, who we just saw go on to take second in that first race. He's looking to try and join him in race 2 and doing a very, very good job of making that happen right now. He's coming across the line then, lap 1. He will lead. Behind him, it does look like the number 34 of Putra coming across representing Malaysia. And then indeed it is Van Kalkeren with another good start. Seems to be a very good start. Someone's way out wide there. Not too sure if they had a bike problem or just went very wide. Not too sure who it was. Was it Mullen? No, Mullen looks like he's there actually just making a move for 4th. Nice. Great, nice little move on the poleman Macare. So Macare steps back another one. Does he? Oh, he's going to wipe it over the nose there of Mullen. So Mullen stays in 5th for now.
Yeah, so far the overtaking hotspots that we've seen today is turn 2 is a nice little area to have a dive on. Turn 6, and of course we've seen turn 12, the final corner. This corner here, right here, we've seen a few riders going up the inside and making lunges. So they're the sort of hotspots as Varusi Yamanaka watches on pensively. This is where all these guys started, isn't it? Out in sort of mini bikes on these sort of circuits, not in this sort of setup, of course.
Whoa,
contact! No! Ah, that's Putra, I think, that's gone down on the number 34.
I think it was Macare as well, the pole man. Looks as though Macare might have just been caught on the bike there, but they both look okay, thankfully. Once we get another look at that, we will be able to confirm that they are, but those two are out of it there. And that's such a shame after 2 bright starts yeah, wow, look at that.
Macare just a little bit out of shape, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then, yeah, Putra unfortunately left with nowhere to go. But yeah, looks like they're all...
that's good to see. They're both okay. Yeah, there you go. Macare just checking up on Putra that he's all good. So good to see the great sportsmanship from these 2 young riders. And hopefully we'll see them back next year to compete in their respective MiniGP series and back again at the World Final. But what it does mean then is that number 16, Kitzbühler, has a little bit of a lead at the front here. And look at that, Mullen, just as he did in qualifying race 1, is starting to make his way through, and all of a sudden now he can see the goal, the objective he wants and needs right ahead of him.
Trevorrow, he's got the fastest lap of the race at the minute, sitting in 4th place over the line of 45.953. So one of the only riders into the 145s at the minute. So plenty of racing still left to go. 10 laps remaining. Of course, remember, the only rider to go through into race 2 after this is your race winner. So Kitzbühler holding that honour at the minute, but Van Kalkeren and Mullen are chasing just over a second behind, and in fact that's not really a second now, is it? So the chasing duo have really clawed them in, and this is 4th and 5th race. Yeah, he's doing well, is Trevorrow.
Yeah, fantastic.
48.
I mean, that lap time you just said there, the 45.9 that he did set on the previous lap, that is 6 tenths quicker than he qualified at yesterday. So he certainly found some improvement here, rising to the occasion as the young Brits. He's doing a great job indeed, and now he does have the leading trio ahead of him. So certainly time to find a ground to gain on, but he's doing a good job of making that happen right now.
Yeah, he's got his radar locked in to the top 3, and he is clawing the gap back. What is it over the line? Just peering down our little live timing that we've got set up. It's just over, well, a second back to the leader, but he's only 4 tenths off the top 3. So this looks like it's going to be a top 4 as he sets another fastest lap of the race there. Not 145, I'm just so used to saying 145, a 45.3. So he really is now clawing his way into the podium battle per se, but is only the top 1 who goes through to race 2. So this is going to get really interesting now. 8 laps to go when they cross the line. They round the penultimate corner that's pretty much identical. Well, it is identical, just obviously a lot smaller to the final run down to the final corner of Valencia, which is one of the best corners, I'd say, on the Grand Prix calendar.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, look for a change to the lead then. Mullen does go up the inside. And before this all really kicks off, let's quickly cross down to Framboise. We do believe she has Ducati man Jack Miller with her.
We do indeed, the thriller himself. Well, Jack, are you thrilled by MiniGP? It's quite a show, isn't it? And it's great down here in pit lane.
No, it's awesome. It's awesome to watch them up close and personal. You know, the kids are putting on a fantastic show. It's an amazing event come together by Vale and Dorna and everybody involved, the FIM. You know, these kids are showing that, you know, with doesn't matter about the size or age. You know, there's some really good racing going on out there. Just walking up and down the pit lane now, seeing all the kids with a massive smile on their face, that's the most important thing. And yeah, I hope they all stay safe.
And for Australia as well, it's quite cool to get the chance to bring young riders here, compete against others at a similar level from so many places around the world as well.
Yeah, exactly, especially on a big stage like this with a lot of exposure and whatnot, you know, at such a young age, they're, you know, it's opening up so many more doors for guys coming from, you know, the other side of the world. It's such a massive leap to come over here and to do something like this, to sort of break the ice is fantastic.
Well, we'll see if they can follow in your glorious footsteps and make it to MotoGP. Thanks for talking to us.
That's the plan. Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, great words there from Jack Miller, summing it up very, very nicely indeed. And I tell you what, whoa, that was close. Trevorrow looking up the inside. He got through to third on the previous lap past Van Kalkeren, and then looking to go into second too. Just gets his nose wiped by Kitzbühel, but certainly doing a very, very good job indeed. But still, Mullen leads, 6 laps to go, and he is looking to make it happen, to pinch that final qualifying spot into race 2.
Yeah, wise words then from Jack Miller. We've got his Australian duo of Harrison Watts and Tyrone Fleming in this race, doing a good job of the Australians. Of course, coming from all the way from the other side of the world, it's never easy doing that, especially such a young age, but it's great experience for the guys that aren't just coming from Europe and Spain, Italy, these sorts of countries who don't have a short way to go. It's great experience for them to come to the Grand Prix paddock, racing for the stars and competing against other countries. So, 5 laps to go. It really is down to business now, and Trevorrow has got himself up into second place. So at the front at the minute, it's Ireland versus the UK.
This would be some ride if Trevorrow can do this, because I think he came from about 10th on the grid. I can't quite remember exactly where he was, but he was way down the order, so this would be really incredible if he can do it. Half a second quicker on the last lap. We didn't quite see what his lap times were as they went there, but we do know they're going a lot quicker than what they all qualified at yesterday. So great rides from all of these guys at the front. They're all doing a sterling job. But it seems that the very small and lightweight Trevorrow is using that straight to his advantage. As once again, he looks down the inside as we go down to complete lap number 7, and he does go into the lead then. So the Brit leads. He pinches ahead of Mullen, the Irishman.
Ducati-esque, that, wasn't it? Got onto the straight, used the full power, and yeah, just breezed by. So fantastic stuff then from Thorley. Trevorrow, the UK rider. We're going to get a replay here of the move, just, yeah, pulls out of the slipstream, shall we say, and the short burst down into turn 1 and gets the move done. Hits the apex, very nicely done indeed. Now can he get his head down and maybe pull clear of Mullen in second place? We'll wait and see. He's got a bit of a gap already, but Mullen's obviously going to be digging in and trying to latch onto the back of Trevorrow, the number 48 rider. So 3 laps to go then, Jack. It's all to play for.
Yeah, all to play for. You can see now that Trevorrow, as soon as he's hit the front, he can run his own lines, but it does seem as though Mullen has kind of had a little bit of a wake-up call. He's gone with Trevorrow, has been quicker than him in the last 4 or 5 laps, and seems to have picked his pace up. They're already starting to just make a little bit of a gap back to Kitzbühel and Van Kalkeren in 3rd and 4th. So we're going to see what they've got going down into the last 2.5 laps now, but I tell you what, it's going to be difficult to stop Trevorrow at this point.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? He's just putting the bike where he wants it, nice and nimble. Yeah, he got the run out of this corner here. Yeah, he just gets a little bit of a gap on Mullen, so Mullen isn't quite close enough to make a move at the inside down into the final corner. Trevorrow a little bit wide there, but not too much that's going to affect him too much. Or has it? I was wrong. It has affected him a little bit. So Mullen and Trevorrow side by side.
Great move.
Yeah, Mullen around the outside into turn 1. A great move then with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, fantastic move then from Mullen, the Irishman, back up into P1. He's certainly not giving this up yet. We thought that maybe Trevorrow had it done. The young 10-year-old is looking, he slipped his foot off the outside foot peg about 4 times there through turn 4. So certainly pushing the limits here. We are starting to see as well that gap back to 3rd is maybe increasing a little bit, but maybe not as much as we thought. Certainly a characteristic of the mistake that Trevorrow made there on the last lap as well.
Kitzbühel and Van Kalkeren have got hope still. They're the 2 that chasing the lead duo, but it is last lap time coming up when they cross the line, so it's all come down to this. Trevorrow just nodding his head slightly. I'm not sure what that was about, but it's Mullen then who leads onto the last lap from Trevorrow. As I think the cameraman just has a little bit of a crash there. Hope he is okay.
Oh, it's gone wide.
He has, yeah. A little bit wide from Mullen, but didn't lose too much time.
Starting to feel the pressure then, Mullen, maybe just a slight little bit. He's going to have to watch out on that front straight. We know how quick Trevorrow is. Lightweight, very, very fast on that front straight, and we have seen him when he's made that move. He's been able to pinch the guys before the line. We're coming into the part of the track then, which is all going to be about the drive out the final corner. Who's going to take this one? 2 to go.
You could just see out there, Trevorrow got a great run. Mullen's gone very defensive. Clever riding from the Irish Series rider. Who's going to win on the run to the line? Mullen's got it at the minute. Trevorrow's trying desperately to make it, but it is going to be Mullen who wins qualifying race 2. A good thumbs up there from Trevorrow. Great sportsmanship, a great race between the pair, both from the UK. Mullen from GBR riding for the Irish Series and Trevorrow riding for the UK Series. But then great win for Mullen. He will be going into race 2 later on this afternoon. It was very clever riding as well, wasn't it, on that last lap? Going defensive into the final corner. The riders will know that it's a popular pass to move down there into, what is it, turn 12, I think it is, down there at the final corner. So yeah, a great race. Lewis Mullen, a worthy winner, and he will be into race 2 to score hopefully some championship points for his sake.
Yeah, awesome to see. Really, really good job. Of course, we said that he finished 3rd in that first qualifying race. Just missed out by 1 spot. Would be keen to make this spot his, and he's done that in the end. So certainly, very, very good job. And lovely to see as well that as soon as both of them came across the line, they both turned to each other and gave a big thumbs up.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I think they're probably good friends as well. They're probably used to racing each other. So yeah, no, that's great sportsmanship. Great to see. Because obviously, when you're that age and you lose, I've been in that situation many a times. I'm sure you have as well. It's very easy to lose your temper and just get a bit angry and annoyed. But great to see the thumbs up coming straight away. Great sportsmanship and a great race as well. The riders who just missed out will obviously be a little bit disappointed. Their racing for this year in the MiniGP series is unfortunately over, but a great weekend nonetheless for those guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's all part of the experience, you know. Of course, I'll be disappointed they haven't made it into race 2 to be able to go and score points and qualify themselves for the final at the end of the day. But just to be here, they had to be in the top 2 in their respective series to be here. So that is a feat on its own. So certainly, very good job to all these guys, and hopefully we'll just see them get better and better next year, and as they go on to do bigger and better things in their own careers. So here is. That's the mistake then that allowed Mullen through. I'm not too sure. Maybe Trevorrow just missed a gear coming out the final corner. We saw someone else do that earlier in race 1, I do believe. So certainly possible. Of course, all these young riders still learning their trade, so mistakes happen. And that's all part of the process. But there you go then. A little moment on the way out of the final corner from Trevorrow. Just stopped him getting that drive, and it was indeed Mullen that took it home to pinch that very last spot into race 2.
I do love that thumbs up. He was clearly annoyed, great. Gave a little angry nod, but then straight away just the nice thumbs up. Great to see. But yeah, number 26 of Lewis Mullen for the Irish Series will be in race 2. Coming up straight after this, after a short break. All smiles there for Lewis Mullen. He'll be very pleased, of course. Average speed of 69.9k. That's how quick these guys are going on these little Vale machines. They really are fantastic bikes for these guys to be riding, chucking it in. I was watching yesterday Jack the Free practice and qualifying, and they really are talented young riders. So here's the final results then. Lewis Mullen, the race winner of qualifying race 2, he'll be in race 2 later on. Trevorrow just missed out, as did Kitzbühler and Van Kalkeren. Finn and Werity, Fleming, Marika, Zhao and Harish completed that top 9. Albana, Harrison Watts, Kieran Sangave, and that was the crash. Adi Putra and Makare, the pole sitter, unfortunately going down at turn 2 midway through the race. Thankfully, both riders are okay. A slightly disappointing end, but they'll have had a good few days here in Valencia nonetheless, and they'll be going away with plenty more experience under their belt. Here's the highlights then from qualifying race 2, where the race winner would be going into race 2 after this. The lights went out. It was Kitzbühler, the number 16, getting away well from the front row, and he led in the early exchanges. Some of the riders looking on, we saw Jack Miller there. That was Ryushi Yamanaka. And this was what happened then. The crash between Bakare, the pole sitter, one of the Malaysian riders, unfortunately going down, but both were perfectly okay. Good to report. That was Trevorrow moving into the race leads, and then a little bit of a mistake there coming out of the final corner allowed Mullen to retake the lead in the latter stages. It was Ireland versus Great Britain, and this was the final corner. Mullen riding for the Irish Series, Trevorrow riding for the UK Series, and it was eventually Mullen who took the race win. You can see there his team were very pleased indeed. We'll be seeing him in race 2 that is coming up shortly indeed. We're going to have a short break and then we will be back. So do stick around for race 2 and then it will be time for the super final race as well. So see you very soon.
Nice to meet you. I think when you're racing, you get the elbows, right? Yeah.
consiglio di venire a vedere una gara di questi piccoli campioncini.
Hello then, and welcome back to the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series final here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. We've had 3 races already today. Qualifying 1 race kicked us off at the start of the morning. Race 1 then happened, and then we've just had qualifying race 2, and now we are all set for race 2. More championship points on offer before the big one, the super final race coming up later on this afternoon, just after this one. We're going to see what happened in the race 1 in a few moments' time, or remind you of what happened in race 1 in a few moments' time, as the riders pull up to the grid for the second time today. Some of them for the second time today, some of them it will be the 3rd time. My name's Elliot York, Jack Gorse alongside me, and Francis Wilde down in pit lane, getting some interviews with some of the riders down there. We've had plenty of MotoGP riders, Moto2, Moto3 riders, of course, here watching on the action at this fabulous little venue on brilliant bikes and stars of the future. These guys really are. That's your pole man, the number 27 of Buono, pulling up to P1 on the grid. He finished on the podium last time out, Jack. Good race, but we're wanting a bit more from race 2.
Yeah, on the podium, but certainly in the first handful of laps, it was all going to plan for him to win the race until his teammate had other ideas, dived up the inside of him into the final corner, and it saw them both lose a couple of positions. I think Buono slipped back to about 4th or 5th and then managed to battle his way back up into the podium spot. So certainly still one of the favourites to go ahead and win here in race 2. And surely in just a couple of moments we'll see the rider alongside him in second position. In second position is Rodriguez, of course, the one that came into race 1, never having lost a race he competed in here in MiniGP World Final. Here he is, Isan Rodriguez, the Spaniard, and finished 6th in that race, so certainly didn't go to plan for him either. So the top 2 on the grid will certainly be looking to make amends here in race 2.
Certainly will, yeah. Finished down in 6th place, did Rodriguez, but the top 7 will split by just 1.5 seconds. So it was a very, very close race in race 1. Hotly contested, fantastically contested as well. There's Sakaki Nakagami down there. He's the ambassador for the Japanese riders, and it was a Japanese rider, Jack, who won in race 1. As we see Marcel Schotter, roles reversed, I'm sure. Marcel Schotter's not used to doing the tyre warmers on the grid. He's used to be sat on the machine, just like FIM Will is at the moment. 2nd place in race 1 for Will. Great ride from the German riding for the Austrian team.
Marcel's been down here all day, to be fair to him.
He has, yeah, he
good
has.
on him, sticking in it. Hopefully they're going to buy him a beer on Sunday night to say thank you. Good to see Taka back this weekend. Just been declared fit. I'm sure if you go to MotoGP's Twitter, you'll see it confirmed there as well. But just been declared fit after that nasty injury that he had to his 4th and 5th fingers on his right hand, I believe. So good to see him back anyway.
Lorenzo Fino then lines up 4th place. He made a move on his teammate down at the final corner early on in race 1. It was a bit of a lunge on his teammate, to be fair, from Fino, but it was clean nonetheless. But it did cost Vuono a little bit of time when he got shuffled down the pack. But Fino just finishing off the podium in race 1. He finished 4th place, so he'll be eyeing up a podium. He finished just behind his teammate and pole sitter Vuono. So Italy have a very, very strong showing, as to be expected. Here's Ifran, the Malaysian rider. He had a good race. He finished 5th from 5th on the grid.
Yeah, good job. Just a really solid race. He was in that lead pack the whole time and just put it home to give himself a good chunk of points and certainly put him in the mix later when we come to the grand final, where double points will be on offer. I'll remind you again of that fact. So double points certainly could see quite a big change if there's any sort of chaos in that last race. Here's Pedro Matos. Seems to be loving 6th, but actually it went one slightly worse for him in the first race, finished 7th. His PB up until this point in MiniGP Series is 6th, so hopefully we can see him here in race 2 climb up and towards those podium positions possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be another good race. The riders who finished just outside the podium, as we zoom in on a very smiley and happy Paul Espargaro coming into the MiniGP paddock. He was down here for a good few hours yesterday with the 3 Spanish riders that are here. Saw him in pit lane in the paddock and chatted to him yesterday. He was just happy to be here, and he was just singing the praises of not just the Spanish riders, all the riders, for just how talented they are and how quick they've come to such a big event for these guys. It really is a very professional event. They got there down here on Tuesday, had a day of briefings, rider suit fittings and putting stickers on their helmets and getting to know the rules and regs and track walks. It's a real proper setup for these guys. It's a really, really well run machine, is the MiniGP FIM World Series. So great for these guys to get down here, and great for them to have their heroes alongside them as well. Being ages 10 to 14, you see Johan Dubois there, very excited Frenchman. He's looking forward to pushing for the podium. He finished down in 10th place.
Good company there too. I believe that was Kenny Foray stood holding the umbrella for him. And then we saw there as well Jake Dixon as well. So he's come down to support the Brits in this race. That is Tyler Humphreys. He finished 11th in the first race. So certainly a good job indeed. When he came across the line, he was quite happy with that. But here's the man that won then, Ikegami, the sole Japanese rider out here after his teammate Matsuyama was unfortunately injured before the event. Ikegami came from 9th, as he is here on the grid once again, to cross the line in P1. A pretty incredible ride, and it certainly impressed the likes of Tetsuta Nagashima, who's already tweeted it out on Twitter. A nice photo of him there celebrating at Parc Fermé.
Got to stand on the top step of the podium, had the Japanese national anthem ring out around this MiniGP paddock as well, so I can only imagine how he was feeling standing on the top step and having your home national anthem rung out. Aged 14 and having that experience is fantastic stuff, isn't it? So yeah, Ikegami coming from 9th place to claim victory, set the fastest lap of the race as well. A 44.383 was his lap time early on today. Will that be beaten this time around? We are going to find out very shortly indeed. The 1 minute board is held up, so we've got 1 minute until the warm-up lap starts. But here is the grid then. Vuono, Rodriguez and Cratchit Will is your first row. Fino, Irfan and Matos is row 2, and Durdis, Dubois and Ikegami race 1 winner on row 3.
So then completing our grid, going back to row 6, we have Guillaume, Guccio, the first the American, Zaragoza as well, and then Davis, Sylvan, Humphreys, and then you have your 3 advancees from the qualifying races as well on the back row there. We can see there Nakagami ready to watch on, as well as Tetsuta still here watching. Certainly going to be staying all the way to the end, I do believe. He's been here quite a while now.
Yeah, he arrived on Tuesday as well. So, yeah, Nagashima really sticking around and showing his love for the MiniGP. Great to see the riders watching on, the future stars of the Grand Prix world. So then, warm-up lap begins for race 2. Race 2 of 2, and then it's time for the super final race for the top 18 riders in the championship to battle it out for double points coming up after this. So who will enter the super final race as the championship leader? We are about to find out. Ikegami, of course, as your race 1 winner, 25 points. He is the championship leader, but that's all going to change in terms of points this time around. Full points on offer once again. Ahead of double points on offer for the super final race. So I expect another great race. The riders have obviously gone back to their teams and friends and family, had a chat about what went right, maybe what went wrong, and then they're going to come out for the penultimate race of the day and try and aim for at least a podium. There's Jake Dixon there enjoying himself. He spent a good couple of hours down here yesterday. So, as I said, great to see the Grand Prix riders coming down and supporting the stars of the future.
So then tension building as we get ready for the start of race 2. The riders coming up to the line to take their positions. Of course, they will be feeling the pressure. There's no doubt about that. We are all here for fun. But at the end of the day, these guys want to win the natural born motorcycle races. So it's going to be interesting to see who handles the pressure in this one. There he is, Nakagami watching on as Ikegami looks to go and repeat his feat from earlier. And it's going to be lights out very shortly.
And away we go. It's a good start from all 3 riders on the front row, but it is going to be Buono who gets the whole shot into turn 1. Rodriguez getting a better start than he did in race 1. He's up in second. It's obviously a very tight turn 2, so the riders bunch up there. The top 3 just got a little gap, but expect that to disappear very shortly indeed as the riders just make their way around the first sector, the first few corners, and then get into a rhythm. So it's Buono leading from Rodriguez. I think it's Krachok will in 3rd place, podium finisher. Just trying to look out for Ikegami. Not quite sure, we can't see him at the minute, but he'll be picking his way through the field as the top 5 then make their way round turn 1 to complete the first lap.
I think that's Matos in 4th place representing Portugal. So a good start from him then, looking to try and break his 6th place curse at the moment. Yes, it is Matos in 4th place, with Irfan 5th, and then Fino slipped back a couple of positions, but still not too bad there in 6th, the second of the Italian runners. As it looks as though actually we've already got a little bit of a breakaway duo at the front with the 2 men that started 1 and 2 on the grid, Buono and also Rodriguez.
That was Irfan just shadowing a move up the inside at turn 6 there before better of it in the early exchanges of this race. Race 1 winner Ikegami crossed the line in 8th place, so he made up 1 position from his starting place in P9. He's going to have to start from P9 in the super final race as well. That's just them running wide at the final corner. Polo Spargaro watching on from pit wall. As Buono then, what's his gap over the line? It was just under half a second, so a strong second lap for Buono. He sets the fast lap of the race, 44.6, 3/10 off what we saw in race 1.
So we do believe that Fran Wild has the man we just seen on screen down in pit lane with Polo Spargaro. Over to you, Fran.
I do indeed. So, Paul, we've seen you be super involved, take your role as an ambassador very seriously last year and this year. Can see you grinning already when you're watching again. How is it this season with the Spain Series guys?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you can see for sure that the level has risen a little, you know. Last year, the Spaniard ones, our team, was the fastest by, I think, a little bit far, you know. They had a very good level, and the other ones, they were a little bit behind, but this year, you know, all the countries rise up a little bit the level, like Italians, Japanese that won the first race. There is many other countries joining this championship, and it's so nice that at the end the level is getting better and better. So Ethan, our guy that won last year, now he's set in 2nd position. He struggled a little bit in the first race, But, you know, it's nice to see, and he's very fast.
He is indeed, and we've got double points to remind our viewers as well in the super final race. But what advice have you been giving these guys? What can you pass on being a MotoGP rider?
I mean, it's difficult to give them an advice because already with 11, 12 years old, they are so mature, so it's difficult to advise them, especially because with these bikes you have no references and they for sure knows much better than you how to ride it. But like, for example, yesterday, these bikes, they were separate for less than 110s, quite a lot of riders, so the wind was blowing a straight headwind in the straight, and the straight is quite long, and they spent quite a lot of time on the straight, and they were not kind of going on the bike, and the elbows were a little bit out, and you know, you can gain like half a 10, you know, something like that, that can give you a couple of positions. So I was just giving these small advices, but you know, about riding style or handling the pressure, they are super good. They are very young and ready with, you know, MotoGP riders get around. It's amazing how they can handle all this pressure.
It is, and it's very cool, and it's great to see you down here again, and yeah, ambassadoring to your best.
Yes, we'll try harder if you know, if they can be in the front and I can give them some advices, I will be very happy to give them.
Thanks so much, Paul.
Yeah, cheers, Fran, and thanks to Paul Espargaro. I spoke to him yesterday as well, and he just had a beaming smile on his face. He's clearly, well, he's always happy as Paul Espargaro, or normally happy, as we see some action then down at the final corner. The top two just breaking clear slightly. The fastest lap of the race incidentally has been set by Rodriguez in second place at 44.2, so that's quicker than we've seen in race one. So the riders obviously building speed all the time, more laps under the belt, more confidence, and yeah, we're seeing it in the lap time. So this is your top two then, the 27 of Buono. Second place is Rodriguez, last year's champion, and there's a ferocious battle going on in the fight for the podium.
Yeah, there really is. Last two laps in a row, we've seen Lorenzo Fino, the number 28 on the Italian MiniGP machine, make a move at the final corner. So really does love that final corner lunge, and certainly making it work up into fourth now. And rightly, as you do say, these two at the front have cleared off, really, haven't they? Yeah. But one thing we're seeing here is that Ikegami is not going to be a repeat performance this time. It seems that everyone's just got into their rhythm here in this second race. They figured out, maybe made some changes to the bike, and all of a sudden, everyone's level is elevated just that bit more. And we're now really seeing the guys that have been able to take advantage of the time on track that they had earlier on.
Yeah, that 9th place in qualifying just hindering Ikegami slightly, the number 31 rider on the Japanese-coloured Ovale. This is going to get interesting in the last 6 laps when they cross the line. Rodriguez is closing the gap little by little. It was 0.5 over the line last time around. It looks a lot smaller than that this time around. That's only 2-3 tenths if my eyes don't deceive me. Let's have a look at cross the line. Maybe Rodriguez is going to set the fastest lap of the race on this lap as well. No, not quite, but the gap has come down a couple of tenths to 0.3. So Rodriguez then has his radar set firmly on Buono's rear wheel, and it's the number 27 versus the number 44 for victory at the moment.
Yeah, this is the trouble though, when these two are running very, very similar places there. You can see there, less than 2 tenths in it, although that's a good chunk, to be fair, that Rodriguez has pulled back. But they're running similar pace anyway. On every standard lap, they're kind of holding that gap. And really, for Rodriguez to get past, he's going to have to force the issue a little bit, because he's not significantly faster than what Buono is doing. So we're certainly going to see, as we come now to cross the line to complete this lap, and we'll go into 5 laps to go, that, well, Rodriguez is going to have to make it happen and just force the issue.
Yeah, so you can visibly see there now the gap. Well, it says 0.2 on our little live timing screen, but it's pretty much nothing now. Right behind Buono is Rodriguez. Italy versus Spain for win in race 2. Buono just takes a look behind him. It's, what's the gap back? Yeah, it's 3.4 seconds back to Krato will in 3rd place. So looks like the top 2 are going to secure top 2, just depends in which order, and then the battle for 3rd is still hotly contested between Kratok Will and Fino, the fellow Italian.
Wonder what that signal was there.
I think I know what it was.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting when... oh, look at that, he's gone up the inside. Oh, not quite, just thought better of it. It was interesting when Buono took a look over his shoulder coming out of the next corner on the previous lap we saw there, because Rodriguez was all the way out on the far side of the curb, and when Bueno looked over his shoulder, he probably didn't even see anyone because Rodriguez was on his other side. So maybe a little bit of false information there anyway for Bueno. But it does seem as though at the minute, if Rodriguez doesn't go for it on the next lap, he's definitely going to give it a go on the one after that, because he's all over him at the minute as we come down now with 3 laps to go next time round.
Yeah, not doing anything silly at the moment is Rodriguez, just happy to sit behind Bueno. Bueno giving the classic seat tap. Good to see that's filtering its way down all the way to the FIM MiniGP World Series. We see it so often, especially in like the Talent Cups and the younger categories, let's call them, maybe in Moto 3 as well. And we do see it often throughout motorcycle racing, but pretty much every lap we see something like that. When these guys are battling out for race victories, trying to tell the guys behind them to stick behind. That's Carlos Checa there, speaking to Pol Espargaro, his fellow Spaniard. Of course, they'll be cheering on Rodriguez in second place, their compatriot. But yeah, the gap is pretty much nothing. And with 2 laps to go then, it's all out for victory for Bueno, the number 27, and Rodriguez, the number 44. And the battle for 3rd place, you can see there in the background, is really closed up.
Yeah, on the last lap, we did actually have a little switch for 3rd place as Fino did pick off Kratekwill. But on this lap, on the previous one, I do say, it's gone back the other way. So Kratekwill's back up into 3rd, trying to make it 2 podiums from 2 so far today. But you know that Fino will be wanting to get it after finishing 4th in the first one. He doesn't want to do it again. Now this is interesting, look at this. They're running exactly the same sort of pace. He is all over him. You see him looking up the inside now. Every corner pretty much, Rodriguez is assessing where he can get past Bueno, but so far it's not happening. But he's got to do it on the next lap. We're coming into the final lap, and if he doesn't make it happen, then he's not going to be too pleased about it after that 6th place result in the first race either. It's go time now for Rodriguez. Can Bueno hold on?
Final lap time then here in race 2. Italy versus Spain. Bueno versus Rodriguez, the 2021 champion. Bueno was riding defensively at the final corner. Boxing clever is Bueno. He had his teammate dive at the inside of him there in race 1. He doesn't want the same happening again. He's going to go a little bit defensive here. Rodriguez just shadowing him. No way through so far.
So for Bueno then, only a couple more corners to hold off. If he manages to take this victory here, do believe he'll head into the super final, leading that championship. And all important that is, particularly with double points on offer. 1 final corner, will Rodriguez look up the inside? No, Bueno covers it. He might just have this wrapped up.
The run to the line then, Bueno is celebrating already. He's got Rodriguez tucked up right behind him, but Rodriguez can't do anything about it. Bueno is the race 2 winner here in the FIM MiniGP World Series final. Kratekwill takes 3rd place ahead of Matos and Irfan and Durdis as well, completing the top 6. But that was a great race, Jack, from the top 2. Gabriele Bueno of Italy winning the race from pole position. He didn't have it all his own way in race 1, but he bounces back strongly for race 2.
It seems that Fino crashed out on the last lap there while going for 3rd place, so that's a massive shame for this man's teammate, the other Italian, out there in the field. So huge shame for him as he was battling for that 3rd place. But congratulations then to Bueno. Fantastic victory there, holding him off the whole way. Lots and lots of pressure there, but wherever Rodriguez looked, he just couldn't quite get past. So that's going to be it then. We do know our championship standings. We'll show them to you very, very shortly indeed. But yeah, fantastic 2 races here, the 2 races that count for championship points. Great job from everyone involved.
So it was a fascinating race then in race 2. 14 laps completed, and it's going to be 19 laps. So an extra 5 laps for these guys in the super final race. Double points on offer, so all to play for the riders, even if they aren't in the top 3, top 4 in the championship. A race win could elevate them to the top, depending on what other riders are able to do. The top 3 will pull into Parc Fermé, and they'll celebrate on the podium like we saw in race 1. Incidentally, the Kagami race 1 winner finished down in 7th place, so he won't head into the super final race as the championship leader. And there's the top 2 just celebrating together. High fives, handshakes, good to see, good sportsmanship. All smiles obviously down there in Parc Fermé. Bueno then, you race 2 winner. Sorry, he was very happy with pole position. Took pole position yesterday by a couple of tenths as well, so he's had really good pace this weekend, and he's bounced back with the victory.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we all expected might happen in the first race, but it didn't materialise to be that way. Good recovery from Izan Rodriguez, of course. Disappointing first race for him after winning all 3 of the races he competed in last year. So back to what we know he can do, and quite rightly, as Paul Espargaro pointed out in that race as well, it's just really nice to see the level come up to, you know, a higher level than what we're seeing last year. And we're seeing that play out now with Rodriguez, champion last year, you know, coming in and having some real tough competition to go and repeat that feat. Fabio Quartararo then looking on. I'm sure he's impressed with what he's seen down there. Hopefully he sticks around for the super final to see it all go. Oh, there's some tears in part 4. That's great to see.
Emotions running high, of course. Yeah, good to see.
So this would be...
This is the last lap, isn't it?
It might be. It's difficult to know because there's so much going on.
Look, yeah, it's difficult. I think it will be. Just a little bit crash there in the commentary box.
Elliot just hit his own nose with the microphone. But as you can see here from Buono, like, fantastic racecraft. He just kind of held a slightly tighter line going into every corner than he did on the previous laps. And it just goes to show you how, even at such a young age, 10, 11, 12, 13, all these young riders, that they just know what they're doing already, don't they?
Yeah,
like, they don't need any, you know, kind of massive coaching. They just need a slight bit of guidance, and that's all they'll need to be up there in the future, fighting for world championships. Put my teeth back in.
Here's the final results then for race 2 here in Valencia. Buono taking victory by 10th per second from Rodriguez. Cratok Will, his second podium of the day, in 3rd place. Matos up in 4th place. Irfan in 5th. Durdis in 6th. Ikegami, race 1 winner, down in 7th place. Just moves a little bit too quickly for my eyes. Humphreys there, finishing inside the top 10. Dubois, the Frenchman, in 11th place. And Sylvain in 12th place. All these riders, the top 18 riders, will be in the super final race later on this afternoon. I think that's one of Buono's family, maybe his mother. Obviously very, very pleased to see their star on the top step of the podium, and they'll hear the national anthem as well. The Italian national anthem will be rung around the paddock here in MiniGP. The riders will be taken to the podium very shortly. We'll be hearing Fran Wild announce the podium, so we'll hand it over to her very, very soon indeed. And do stick around. We'll have a little bit of a break after this, and then we'll have the super final race where it all matters. Fabio Quartararo there, getting photos taken with all the fans and family that have come down to see. Yeah, great to see them getting involved.
So we'll hand over to Fran then to talk you through your podium finishes in race 2 here before the final coming up
back
shortly.
to the podium from Germany, representing the Austria Series, FIM MiniGP. And in 2nd place, so close, a name familiar to those of us who saw the 2021 series. From the Spain series, it's Ethan Rodriguez. And another winner in race 2 today, rider okay, is please welcome from the Italy series, Gabriel Fabio Buono, your winner of race 2. And we have the pleasure of welcoming Baptiste Plen, the head of communication for Motul, to present the 3rd and 2nd place trophies. And first, it's the 3rd place trophy for FIM MiniGP. And also the trophy for 2nd place to Ethan Rodriguez. And then the owner of Virus Power, Mr. Christian Prami, will present the winner's trophy to Gabriel Fabio Buono. Congratulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stand and enjoy the Italian national anthem.
Congratulations then to your podium finishes here in race 2. Great to hear the Italian national anthem rung around the MiniGP paddock. Celebrations continuing on the podium, but then it's back to the drawing board, back to the boxes and getting ready for the super final race where it all counts.
Yeah, the one that matters is coming up very shortly indeed. Interesting, we said in that race that we thought everyone would just start to get a bit quicker. That race was actually 5 seconds quicker than race 1, and the race 1 winner, Ikegami, finished 5 seconds off. So it just goes to show you, everyone up their level. And this is how it stands going into the final then. 41 points for Buono. He does lead it by 5 from Katakville. And Ikegami in third, Rodriguez, Matos, Irfan, Durdis, Zaragoza, and Fino after his last lap crash will be fuming after that. He was looking to pick up a podium, would have elevated him right up those standings. And then rounding us out, we have Tyler Humphries, the Brit, who went 1 place better in that race. Then Dubois, Guillaume, Sylvan, Guka, Davis, Valera, and Stankovic rounding us out on 1 point in 17th. And there should be Mullen as well.
Should be. Here's highlights then from race 2. The stars of MotoGP flocking to lend a helping hand and watch the future stars of the Grand Prix paddock compete in the second race, second official race of the day ahead of the super final. Work got underway for race 2. It was Gabriele Buono, the Italian, starting from pole position, and Ethan Rodriguez getting a better getaway than he did in the opening race of the day to slot himself into second position. And from there, the top 2 just edged their way clear of the chasing pack, setting fastest laps to eventually bridge a gap to around 3 to 4 seconds, and it was a battle between those 2 for the victory. The battle for the podium, though, was intriguing, but it was all about these 2 at the front. Buono running for the Italian Series, and Rodriguez, the 2021 title winner, running for the Spanish Series. Both of them riding very well indeed. Rodriguez set the fastest lap of the race of 44.2, but it wasn't enough to beat Buono in race 2. Kratovville finished 3rd place, his second podium of the day, but it is the number 27 Italian who will lead the way going into the super final race coming up next. We've got another short break, but do stick around because the one that matters is coming up in a few minutes' time. See you then.
to meet you. I think when you're racing, you get the elbows, right? Yeah.
consiglio di venire a vedere una gara di questi piccoli campioncini.
¿Qué corre mi mundo este fin de semana? trophies will be presented to the 160 category. Again, presented by Jay Gagne. On third place finisher, Anthony Lincoln Jr.
Was that Davis or was it Gauka? One of the leading two had a problem. They've now dropped back into fourth position. Davis is still leading. Ryder Davis then takes the 25 points.
The FIM MiniGP World Series final is back, and here's everything you need to know about it. Once again, the Ovale GP0160s are the vessel to guide the next generation of young talent up the motorcycling ranks. The riders will come from far and wide, and this year 33 riders from 16 different MiniGP series converge on Valencia. At the heart of the world final format is the group lottery consisting of 3 groups, A, B and C. On Wednesday, each group of 11 riders will have 4 free practice sessions. Based on those times, the bottom 14 head to Q1, the middle 11 to Q2 and the top 8 to Q3. The 14 riders in qualifying 1 will battle for the 4 spots that will see them advance through to Q2. The same principle is applied to Q2, as this time 15 riders battle it out for the top 4 spots. After all that, we end up with 12 riders vying for pole position in qualifying 3, which will set the rest of the grid for Thursday's races. In qualifying race 1, 18 riders will race for 2 slots that will see them compete in race 1, with the fastest 15 from free practice, where championship points are on offer. Qualifying race 2 is much the same as qualifying race 1, but this time the bottom 16 from qualifying practice will race for a single slot into race 2. The top 18 in the championship after race 2 will race in the super final, where double points will be on offer. The rider with the most points after that will be crowned the winner and become the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series champion.
Hello then, and welcome back to the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series final here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. It is time for the big one, the super final race coming up very shortly indeed. You can see the riders there, the 18-strong field making their way round to the grids. They'll get set up on the grids for a few minutes, get some last-minute checks in, a few words of advice as well, and then we will be racing for 19 laps. Double points on offer, 50 points for the winner, 40 points for second place, and so on and so forth. And technically, anyone can still be crowned 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series champion. Leading it is Gabriel Buono, race 2 winner on 41 points. And in second place, after a double podium finish in races 1 and race 2, it's Kratokville, German, riding for the Austrian series. This is going to be a fascinating race, a fascinating encounter, and it just makes it all that more special, all that more important with double points on offer, doesn't it, Jack?
Yeah, it certainly does. It kind of wipes the slate clean. We've, of course, seen trends form throughout the day of action. We know the guys are going to be quick, but at the end of it, it doesn't matter if they're quick. They have to do the job now to be able to secure that title of becoming champion today. So really, it really is all to play for. It's going to be very interesting as we go into this super final. There you can see the man that will line up on pole, Gabriel Fabio Buono. Done a very good job today, hasn't he? Been very quick indeed. And of course, as we do see him, as Elliot said, 41-point lead. But the top 4 are only covered by 11 points. So, you know, he's the leading light bird at the moment. He's not that far ahead. So it's certainly going to be tricky as we go into the super final race.
Yeah, anything can happen in terms of the overall standings, and at the end of these 19 laps, we will be crowning the second ever MiniGP World Series champion. But yes, Buono then, the Italian, started from pole position. He claimed pole position yesterday by a couple of tenths, showed real strong pace on Wednesday, did the Italian. Didn't quite go his way in race 1, finished 3rd place. A podium though, nonetheless, a fantastic result, but he did back that up. Got a great start from pole and then claimed a victory.
There's Nagashima then, still here, as we said, doing very well. We've got good confirmation on the ground that he's been the well, the smile and the personality of FIM MiniGP down there. We've certainly been enjoying it all day. So 5 minutes to the race start, then as the riders come up, we'll give you a bit of a run through. It's kind of the situation that they find themselves in. This is going to be Kratokville then. Sitting second, only 5 points behind Buono after that 2nd and 3rd place. The only person today to stand on the podium twice. So consistency is certainly prevailing here in this situation. If he goes on to win this race, well, then it's job done. No one else can better him, thanks to the fact that there is double points. There's the big boss then, Carmelo Espeleta, and also Anna as well. Anna Espeleta, who does a fantastic job with everything to do with the Road to MotoGP series, all the Talent Cups, MiniGP, all around the world. Tireless efforts in from Anna to make this all happen, and you can see there as well Carmelo. It's obviously close to his heart too, coming down here to watch the super final.
Certainly is, yeah. A fantastically run event, and it all ends today with the super final race. We've seen Ikegami there. He was the race 1 winner. He's got a very good chance of being crowned champion, and he's got Tiger Harder holding the umbrella for him as well. So a good Moto2 name to have by your side.
Much better starting grid as well.
Yeah, much better starting grid. Fabio Quartararo, the reigning world champion, of course, in MotoGP. How long will we be saying that for? Of course, it's not called a super final race in MotoGP, but Sunday certainly is a super finale. I'm sure we're all looking forward to that one, but it's good to see the stars of now coming down and really embracing FIM MiniGP World Series. It's a great setup, and the riders coming down to support all these kids who obviously look up to them as their heroes. It's fantastic for the young riders to have them by their side and see the heroes sort of when you're 10 to 14 years old and you see the reigning MotoGP World Champion standing on the grid. It must be a surreal feeling for these guys.
Yeah, real pinch myself moment. It was quite a cool little transition there. Of course, we went from the MotoGP World Champion, the reigning one, Fabio Quartararo, to the reigning MiniGP champion, Izan Rodriguez, on the grid there in 4th. Of course, after his 2 finishes today, comes into it 11 points off the top, but you know, if he goes on and wins this, all he would need is for Vuono to finish third, and he would at least have more points than Vuono. So certainly, well, all still up for grabs. And even though Rodriguez hasn't had it go all his own way today, he can still come out of it as a two-time Mini-GP champ.
Yeah, he certainly can. He's got a great chance of keeping his crown. Here's Kabil Irfan. He's picked up 2 P5s today on Thursday. Sorry, I'm losing track of days here. On Thursday, he's had a really strong couple of days, a really strong race day, and he's also well in the hunt to at least stand on the podium, but potentially to claim the crown as well. Dark clouds are around. We mentioned earlier on that it didn't look like there was rain coming, but it's certainly threatening more than it hopefully should do. But hopefully this race will stay dry. It doesn't give any rain, thankfully. The wind has picked up though. It's pretty windy out there, but it didn't seem to disturb the riders. They went quicker than they did in race 2 than they did in race 1. Rodriguez set the fastest lap of 44.241. So they're obviously brimming with confidence, these riders. And you can sort of feel the tension down on the grid, can't you? It feels a bit more, of course it is more serious because everyone wants to win, but it is time for the super final race, and yeah, tensions do feel a little bit higher.
Enzo Zaragoza is still chilled though, giving it the full gas symbol there, but no, I've got to say, everyone's looking a little bit tense. You can see, I'm sure most of them are all the dads on the grid there holding the umbrellas for their sons. Definitely feeling the nerves, as now we really are about to ramp up the nerves with 1 minute to go, and we'll see our grid for this super final race with Vuono, Krasik-Will and Ikegami on the front row, then Rodriguez, Matos, Irfan doing a great job today, 2 fifth places, and then Durdis, Zaragoza and Fino rounding out row 3.
Row 4 is led by Humphreys, Dubois is in 11th, Gouet is 12th, Sylvain, Guka and Davis, Valera, Stankovic and Mullen complete the grid. Top 18, the fastest 18 riders we've seen here over the last couple of days, and any one of them can still be crowned champion, but this man, can't call him a man really, can we? He's definitely not a man. He's still a very young rider indeed, but it is the Italian of Vuono who is in pole position on grid and pole position in the championship standing as well to take the crown, but it's definitely not as simple as that.
A shout as well to the guys on the back row of the grid, Valera, Stankovic and Mullen. Those 3 have come through the qualifying races today, so an extra level of pressure and challenge for those guys to get into this super final. Well done to them. And now really it's just an opportunity for them to show what they can do and also learn from the guys ahead. So yeah, great job from them, making it all the way in. And well, what an experience to be a part of. The super final in Mini-GP coming up in just a few seconds.
Certainly is. It's the sort of first step on their road to MotoGP. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of these names in the next 5 or 10 years on the Grand Prix stage. This is just the beginning of their journey.
I have to cut in there to say one of those names, Guillaume. Can't let you get away with Guillaume.
Yeah, I looked at it and I remembered we asked the FIM on Tuesday how to pronounce it, and it just escaped me and I panicked. So I do apologise.
Much love.
Apologies to all the names. We haven't done too well in pronouncing
probably
today.
Butchering a lot.
We're not the best linguists. That's why Fran is here, because she's much better.
Right then, visors down, tensions high, excitement also high. The riders will be looking forward to this one. Who will be crowned the Mini-GP World Series champion in 2022. We'll find out in 19 laps time. We are away then. Not the best of starts for Vuono, the number 27 from pole position, but it's Spaniard who goes into turn 2. It's getting a little bit tight there, isn't it? Rodriguez there running wide slightly. He's getting very busy in the air exchanges as the Japanese rider Ikegami, race 1 winner of course, holds position in P3.
Yeah, good start for Ikegami, as you say, but an even better one then for Krasik-Will. He leads for the first time today, I do believe, so certainly very good job indeed. We did say he's been the only man that's been on the podium both times in race 1 and race 2, and now he's leading it here. And if he does that well, he's going to go and win the whole thing, so brilliant start then for Krasik-Will. He will lead over the line as we launch into lap 2.
Yeah, Krasik-Will, obviously not a Spanish rider, he's from Germany, riding for the Austrian team, so that was my mistake. But he's not leading for very long, is he? The Italian number 27 of Buono dives up the inside. It's getting very busy in these early exchanges. Everyone wants to lead. Everyone wants to get into a nice little rhythm, because we've seen in both races that if you're able to get into a decent rhythm, especially in race 2, we saw Buono break clear along with Rodriguez. So the riders just need to maybe calm down a little bit, get into a rhythm, maybe follow the leader for a couple of laps so they can stick with the number 27, because he has shown he's got some fantastic pace. He pulled clear in race 1 with Rodriguez. Eventually, the two of them finished 4 seconds up the road, so they just need to be a little bit careful here.
Wow.
Oh, that was very, very close indeed.
Yeah, huge moment there from Matos, the Portuguese rider. Last moment into the final corners. Looks as though Rodriguez is going to look at the inside of him, but no, can't quite sneak past us. I think the two Spaniards are running line astern. They are indeed, as now Matos does go wide. Not sure if he got a little bit of helping hand there from Rodriguez, but both Spaniards go through. So Rodriguez and also Zaragoza up 1 position each.
Unsurprisingly, Buono sets the fastest lap of the race at 44.6. The fastest lap last time around in race 2 was at 44.2. So a few tenths to find, but it obviously is early stages in this race. They're still getting a bit warmed up, still getting heat into the tyres. But Buono doing a fantastic job, and it's getting very close, a little bit too close for comfort down there between Kachatville and Ikegami, the Japanese rider. Ridings involved just being confirmed there. Thankfully, none of the riders went down the roads, but contact made then at the final corner, and that's just allowing Buono to break clear.
Our infographics person was extremely quick on that. I mean,
very quick, yeah.
Well done. But here's that moment then. Ikegami all the way around the outside. Just a conversion of lines there. Wow, Kratok is extremely lucky to stay on. So good reactions then. They may be young, but they're certainly very talented indeed. And it does mean that both of them stay on, are still in this race. Ikegami just managed to stay ahead of Irfan there, who's as high as he has been all day, so certainly doing a great job. He's had 2 5th places today already, looking to go even better here and pick up a podium in the super final.
Fantastic stuff then. Just going to see what the gap is over the line. Buono, the race leader, is 1.7 seconds clear now of the chasing pack. Ikegami, the number 31 rider from Japan, he really wants to claim the title. All of these riders really want to claim the title, but they've got to get their head down now. I feel like this is a very important stage of the race. There's 15 laps to go, so still over the race distance that they've already had. This super final race is 5 laps longer than the normal races that we've already seen. So plenty of time left on the clock for them to close the gap, but they've got to start trying to do it soon to try and disrupt the rhythm of Buono, as Ikegami set the fastest lap of the race last time around. Incidentally, it's exactly the same time as Buono set out front. So let's see what the gap is over the line this time around. It's come down by 1/10, so that's good stuff then from Ikegami.
So very, very close indeed. Now, one thing I will say, if Ikegami does manage to catch up that 1.6 seconds up to Buono out front, just getting past him will not be enough. It would mean that Buono would pick up 40 points, go on to 81, and then also Ikegami would pick up the 50 for the win and go on to 74. Oh no, wait, it would be enough, would it? Is my maths terrible? My maths is terrible. It would be enough. It would be enough, so scrap that. Yeah, if he gets past him, then he will be able to be crowned champion of the MiniGP series this final here.
If it wasn't double points, I'd try and attempt to do the maths, but because it's double points, it adds that little bit extra confusion to us here in the comments box. I'm sure you at home as well. I'm not very good at maths, so I'm not going to try and predict. We'll maybe come to it towards the end of the race. The gap over the line was back up to 1.7 seconds, incidentally, between the race leader and the chasing pack in second place, as Carmelo Espeleta looks pensively on. He'll be congratulating the winners in Parc Fermé a little bit later on, of course. But this is, yeah, an interesting stage of the race, Jack. They've calmed down a little bit in this chase group. How Ikegami clearly has some decent pace. Race 1 winner, of course. But it does look visibly closer this time around, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. Ikegami's got a lovely line there through the final corner. Really kind of rounds off that apex at the end and launches onto the straight. It's a lovely little line, and once it brings down to, wow, took out a big chunk from him last time. 6/10 actually. What is that? 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. The top 6 riders behind Buono at the front, all closed in on the race leader. So this is game on now. We're going to have a big battle at the front if all these guys keep closing the gap. And look at that, they're almost on him now. So not too sure what's gone on for Buono. Maybe just settled into a rhythm. Maybe made a couple of mistakes and even got out of that rhythm. But look at that, there you go. Almost 7/10 faster on the last lap. That must have been a mistake, surely.
yeah, we didn't quite see anything, did we? But it'll be surprising if he's dropped the pace off by nearly 0.7 of a second. We must remember this race, is 5 laps longer, so maybe that's just coming into play a little bit. Tyre wear may be a bit more of an issue. Obviously, the rider's getting a little bit tired out because there's no real rest apart from the front straight here. The riders are flinging the bikes one side to another, and the gap now, we don't need to read the little live timing we've got. It's approximately 0, as we have now a lead group of 5 at the front. Another over half second. Ikegami was faster than Vuono last time around. Vuono in the 1:45s again. We didn't see that from him at all, really, in the race 2 that he won a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, so this is pressure on then. Really is starting to wind the wick up. We're going to come across the line for 10 laps to go this time around. Will we see anyone go for a little move yet? I don't think so. They're all just line astern so far. I think Kratakvil had a slight look up the inside of Irfan there, but thought better of it. Don't forget that Rodriguez is still in this battle. He's looking to become 2-time MiniGP World Series champion, but from 5th there. He's got a lot of work to do to make that happen, but he is only 6/10 off the lead, so yeah. 5 riders in 6/10. It couldn't be closer.
This is exactly what we wanted to see, isn't it? Not what Vuono wanted to see when he was out front, or maybe his team. They would have fancied a stroll home to the checkered flag, but it isn't to be, as now we have 5 riders battling away at the front. When they cross the line, it will be 9 laps to go, and I can feel that there's going to be plenty of moves starting to take place as team members, dads, mums, everyone here supporting their young stars. As we got a change for the lead. Yes, we have then. So for the first time in this race, the number 27 of Vuono is
wow, that was close.
overtaken. Wow, that was really, really close. So Ikegami then, your race 1 winner, is back up into the lead for the first time since he took the checker flag a little bit earlier on.
So making very good profit of that front row start that he had, courtesy of his championship position before coming into the super final. From 3rd to 1st, he is now in control of this race with 8 laps to go as they come around this time. But no, Vuono says, no, not today, not this time around, as though he is going to manage to hold on to the line. So great move there for Vuono. Pick that one off his teammate, I think. Fino's been practicing that all day.
Well, that was Kratakvil trying to go at the inside there. So we've got championship standings. As things stand, the title would be going the way of Vuono, the Italian race leader, but we've just seen on that last lap or so that it's going to change constantly in the final 7.5 laps. We've got a 5-rider battle for the lead, and then in 6th place we've got 2.7 seconds down, so a little bit of a gap to bridge, but not impossible, especially if these guys do keep battling away.
Have you seen who's in 6th place as well? It is Matos, the Portuguese rider. Matos finished 6th in the super final last year and 6th overall, so really his fascination with 6th place is going to continue by the looks of it, which is quite annoying indeed. But oh, look at this, maybe had a couple of mistakes or something in the pack that just spread them out a little bit, or maybe Vuono's just starting to pick the pace up again as we get towards the business end of this race. But there is a little bit of daylight in some of those gaps here. What's this going to show us? Was it a mistake? Well, I was looking down at the time. Oh, it was, yeah. Big mistake then from Ikegami. He lost the rear coming out of the final corner just as I was looking down at the timing screen. Didn't pop. Oh, and that's what it has led to. Kratakvil up into 2nd then, and now he fancies his chances of trying to become the champion as he chases after Vuono in the front.
Yeah, just pushing a little bit too hard there was Ikegami at the final corner. We've seen a few moments from these riders. They're obviously going all-out attack in these final exchanges. Just holding on to 3rd place. Does look a little bit out of shape, does Ikegami. Holds on to 3rd place for now. But now it's the turn of Kratakvil to try and reel in the race leader of Vuono, the Italian. He's been undisturbed now, the Italian race leader, for a couple of laps. So just getting back into his rhythm. He's not pulling away, though. The riders behind are doing a good job, despite the battling away, to stick with him. So he's not pulling away like he did earlier on in the race, and he's back down into the 44s, I believe. So, yeah, this is going to go all the way to the wire.
There's a real Jorge Martin-esque essence about Kratakvil's style. I don't know if you
really hangs off it, doesn't it?
Yeah, incredibly low to the ground. Head really, like, all the way down there. So fantastic style. With 5 laps to go then, and he definitely has closed up. He certainly has. He's taken 2/10 out of Vuono on that last lap then. So it does indeed see that, well, he's going for it. The business end is coming to this race, and he wants to be P1.
Certainly does. The top 2 have got a little bit of a gap to Ikegami in 3rd place, Fran there in 4th place, and Rodriguez just keeping his powder dry for the moment in 5th place. But with 4.5 laps to go,
there it is.
A change for the lead. Down at turns 8 and 9. Crattockville is in the lead of the race for the first time. The super final race then, we're coming down into the final corner and we will have 4 laps to go. Not long left to go at all. There's 5 riders battling away, and if it stays like this, I think the title will be going the way of Crattockville. But we'll find out. Yes, it will by 5 points, so maths didn't do me wrong that time around. That's good to see. But is he going to stay there? I predict not, but the top 2 have just got a little bit of a gap still. What was it over the line? Yeah, it was good half a second from the top 2 of Crattockville and Vuono back to Ikegami, sorry, in 3rd place.
Yeah, so it looks as though Crattockville then has found the perfect time to pitch that P1 place and try to run off into the distance and seal this MiniGP World Series Championship. He's trying to do just that. If he can do it, he will have had a 2nd, a 3rd and then a 1st place today. And that is a fantastic trio of results to go on and be crowned champion at the end of it. 3 to go, and he is under all sorts of pressure from Vuono here. One change of this and it will see the title go the other way. So this is it. It's tooth and nail as he looked up the inside. But no, not quite. Crattockville just closes the door.
This is it then. If it stays like this in the top 2, whoever wins it will be crowned champion. How about that? Couldn't be poised any better. Unfortunately, Lewis Mullen has crashed. The UK rider who's riding for the Ireland Series. Good to see that he's up on his feet and okay. Unfortunate end to a great couple of days for Lewis Mullen. But back to the 2 leaders, Jack. This is going to go all the way down to the final corner, and we've seen a couple of lunges at the final corner already. Turn 2 is also quite a popular passing move as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it looks as though if he's not going to do him into turn 1 here, he may well look up the inside into turn 2. Crattockville bravely scoops across the nose. Is he going to defend turn 2 as well? He does fantastically. Look how close that was as they both tipped into turn 2 there. These two on the absolute limit now, pushing the lap times in terms of pace as well. Some of the fastest lap times we've seen all day. Through this split, we don't think anyone's really going to go for a manoeuvre. It's very tight, flip-floppy, bit of a well, one of those where you kind of just follow the leader, although that is actually where we saw Crattockville overtake, so that shows I'm talking rubbish. But I think this is the last corner where you know that Vuono will be doing a bit of a rehearsal at some point.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Crattockville plays that at the final corner if he is still in the lead of the race. But then we've got the final lap to go then here in the FIM MiniGP World Series in 2022. It looks like it's a 2-rider battle for the championship. Crattockville versus Vuono, 1st versus 2nd. Austria versus Italy. He's going to go with move the inside Vuono. No, he's not quite.
So here we go then, last half a lap. He's fantastically defended turn 1 and turn 2 on the final lap. He goes a little bit tight as well into turn 5 here. Great job so far from Crattockville, but Vuono is still right there. He's gone for a sweeping line to get the run through here. He's only going to have one opportunity left, and that is the last corner.
It all comes down to this, the final corner of the final lap of the final race of the super final. Is he going for it? No, he's not. Vuono not quite close enough. Oh, what a save! What a save! Who's going to win the run to line? I think it's going to be Vuono, is it? He's got to get his head down. Yes!
Oh my
wow,
Lord.
What a finish that is in the super final race. Oh, that's such a shame for Crattockville, who got it out of shape at the final corner, was lucky to stay on board, but that handed a great opportunity for Vuono, who took it with both hands. 0.070 seconds on the line. Wow, what a finish, Jack.
Lost the front going in, lost the rear coming out, lost the block, lost the championship, the whole lot. Jeez. Incredible race. It just shows how good these young guys are. That was fantastic effort from both of them. They both deserve championship trophy after that one. That was brilliant.
Yeah, rightly waving to... I think there's some fans back there. I saw yesterday there was some fans standing outside the fence watching these guys on. What an absolutely spellbinding race that was. It all came down to the final corner on the final lap, and it was all for the championship victory as well. That's why we have double points in the final super race. It just adds that little extra sprinkle of magic, doesn't it, into the final race. And it is Fabio Vuono from Italy who is your 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series champion. I'm sure.
That's great to see. I'm sure he's incredibly disappointed in Crattockville, but
that's very understandable. But
he should hold his head high because that was brilliant. That was absolutely fantastic. He rode his little heart out there, produced an incredible save at the final corner, and still only just lost it by 700ths of a second.
Yeah, Marcel Schrotter down there, who's the ambassador for the Austria series, which
Marcel was really giving it some on pit wall.
Yeah?
Lots of encouragement, eating an apple and cheering with the other hand.
Yeah, I love to see that.
Fantastic.
The riders really have got properly involved. It is great to see. And yeah, Cratchitsville will be extremely disappointed, of course, but you can see his dad. It probably is his dad or a family member or a mechanic he's close to that's just trying to G him up. And second place is a fantastic result. Nonetheless, you're obviously going to be disappointed to lose out in the circumstances on the final lap, but a job well done.
More tears in Parc Fermé then. Remember all of these names. There's a 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series champion Vuono then. Remember that name? And also Mendocratic Will. And then in the end, for all the chaos for the championship fight between the top two in the final lap, Irfan got himself a podium finally then. 2/5 earlier on in race 1, race 2, and then pinched a podium in the end. We'll see where that puts him in the championship standings afterwards, but it's certainly done them a whole world of good to jump up that order. But what a fantastic show all of these young riders have put on today, and I think we're about to see a little bit of sportsmanship coming in from here as well. Loris Capirossi there, of course.
Yeah.
A bit of a legend in these parts, congratulating the new MiniGP World Series champion.
Yeah, from a legend of Italian motorsport to potentially a future legend of Italian motorsport. I think that's his mother, who's obviously very teary-eyed, very emotional, very happy to see her son be crowned champion. It's awesome to see, isn't it, that everyone standing down there in Parc Fermé, from Loris Capirossi to family and friends to Francis Wilde as well, getting ready to do the podium ceremony.
Here we go then. Look at
I was going to say, we need a replay of the final corner.
So this was the move where we all thought, here we go, Cratchitwell's going to run away with it and go. 4 laps to go. Pinched Vuono's pocket coming through there. And then this was it. Lost the front going on the way in. Lost the rear on the way out. Saved it. Get back tucked in. Pin it. Hope for the best, but just missed out. Such disappointment for Cratchitwell. Such elation for Vuono. But just fantastic from both of them. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. 2 great little riders.
Yeah, phenomenal. Couldn't have scripted that, could we, any better? Unfortunate, obviously, for Cratchitwell.
You're very good, okay?
Yeah, very good indeed.
Yeah, correct for her, correct.
I'm sure after just the emotions run out, and we've all been there, haven't we, when we've lost something as a young teenager. You're not very happy to start with, but then once you've had some words of wisdom from parents, family, friends, and the like, and, well, especially from people like Marcel Schrotter, you'll come around and realise that you've done a good job. And all of these guys here this weekend, it's Wednesday and Thursday today. Yeah, awesome to see. Yeah. They've all done a fantastic job just to get here. So you see Joan Mir, the 2020 MotoGP World Champion, hovering around the background there. Rins as well. So yeah, fantastic stuff for all these guys.
There are dignitaries for this race.
Ah, okay, fantastic. That's why they're there. So good to see the Suzuki boys joining in. Of course, the last time we'll see those colours in MotoGP this weekend. Going to be a very emotional weekend for that whole team as they say goodbye to MotoGP involvement. We hope for now. Hopefully we'll see them back soon. But you have to say about these young riders. There's Irfan then, finally got on the podium, doing a fantastic job, the young Malaysian. Seems to be quite happy with it. Been great all day. Qualified well.
Yeah, he's had a really good day.
I think he qualified 6th yesterday. He's been up there all weekend long, or all week long, should I say. It's just done brilliantly. And you've got to say that, you know, going forward, these young riders, we saw Izan Rodriguez last year, then going racing ESBK Moto 4 this year, which is a great stepping stone to then go into places like European Talent Cup and Junior GP and all those sorts of stuff. So in a couple of years, when these young riders eventually become old enough to graduate into those series, they are going to be in there and they're going to be winning races. You can guarantee it.
Absolutely spot on. Also great to point out that there's 3 different nationalities on the podium. That's fantastic to see as well. And the top 6 for all different series as well. Italy, Austria, Malaysia, Japan, Spain, Portugal, all inside the top 6, which is absolutely fantastic. North America up there with Davis in 8th place as well. Ryder Davis, a good weekend for him, finishing in 6.3 seconds off the victory. But yeah, a fantastic day, a fantastic couple of days for these guys. They've been here since Tuesday. They had free practice and qualifying yesterday, and then obviously the big one today, the races, and it's just been another fantastically put together event.
Yeah.
Riders from across the globe all coming into one place, and yeah, it's just been fantastic, hasn't it?
That's the whole point of it, MiniGP, just to give riders, regardless of funding, background, you know, privilege, all give them the same opportunity, no matter where they are from the world, to come here, showcase their talent, and then receive, you know, the backing and the funding and the sponsorship that they need from people that come here to watch, to go on to elevate themselves to the next level. And, you know, from last year, we saw that happen in practice. So.
Here's the final results then from the Super Race. Buono from Italy wins the race and with it claims the 2022 title. Crutchetsville, oh, so close, wasn't he? That mistake at the final corner just cost him the win and the title, but nevertheless, a fantastic result. Irfan gets his first podium in third. Ikegami, Rodriguez, Matos, Fino, Ryder Davies, Zaragoza there, completing the top 9. Durdis, Dubois, Guka, Sylvain, Luis Valera and Tyler Humphries completed the points. And unfortunately for Lewis Mullen, he did crash out of the super final race. But a job well done from every single one of the riders on screen and all of the riders who have competed this weekend. They've really shown how much talent they've got and what bright futures they've all got in front of all the right people as well. The Grand Prix stars of now watching on the Grand Prix stars of the future.
I mean, you list the names that have turned up today: Jack Miller, Fabio Quartararo, Yoa Mir, Alex Rins, Taka Nakagami, Tetsuta Nagashima, Jake Dixon, all of these guys that have turned up. Joe Roberts, there's so many. We've spoken to more. Master Schrotter was down there all day, being a key part of the Austrian effort down there, particularly for the German rider taking part. So been doing fantastic stuff. I mean, really, just to get these names recognised is half of the goal, and that's exactly what they've been doing.
Absolutely right. We're going to get the podium ceremony underway very shortly indeed. And as I say that, we get started with the podium ceremony. So we're going to let Fran Wild take over, and yeah, we'll be back very shortly. But enjoy the podium and enjoy the Italian national anthem as well.
Where we have the winners and podium finishers, and the champion will be on the box as well. But please welcome first podium of the day, and in third place from the Malaysia Series, Kabil Irfan. And in second place in the race, just after an incredible final corner save, please welcome the German rider from the Austria Series, FIM MiniGP. And finally, no stranger to the top step now, please welcome from the Italy Series, Gabriel Fabio Buono, super final race winner. And to present the third and second place trophies, we have 2020 MotoGP World Champion and Team Suzuki X-Star rider Juan Mir. And first he'll present third place to Kabil Irfan. And Juan will also present the second place trophy to FIM MiniGP. And please welcome to present the winner's trophy, your Australian GP winner, Alex Rins from Team Suzuki X-Star, as he hands over the trophy to Gabriel Fabio Buono. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for and enjoy once more the national anthem of Italy.
So huge congratulations then to Buono.
To all of our podium finishers in the super final race.
Exactly what Fran said. Congratulations to all of them. They've all done a fantastic job, but in particular to our new MiniGP World Series champion, Buono. Hopefully we'll either see him back here next year or going on to do bigger and better things. We're sure that he will be doing that. As we see the Suzuki boys up there posing for some photos, certainly one that I'm sure the mums and dads will be getting printed out and sticking on the mantelpiece at home.
Absolutely, and rightly so as well. So here's the final championship standings then. Fabio Buono is the 2022 title winner. Cratchipsville, second place. Ikegami in third place. Fan, who finished third in the Super Race, claims fourth overall, with 2021 champion Rodriguez in fifth. Portugal's Matos is in sixth. Italy's Fino seventh. Durdis from the Czech Republic is in eighth. Didn't quite catch who was ninth, but I've got it here. Enzo Zaragoza of Spain. Johan Dubois from France, he was 10th. Ryder Davis from the North American Series is 11th, and his teammate Nathan Guka in 12th. Tyler Humphreys from the UK is 13th. Edgar Sullivan and Lorenzo Guay, did I get it right that time? Guillet,
I think
that's it. I'm absolutely hopeless sometimes.
Yeah.
Guillet rounding out the top 15. We shall be getting some highlights very shortly before the champion ceremony gets underway.
Here we go. Got some nice little photos with his machine that's just taking him to being a MiniGP champion. And really, we have to say it's been a fantastic few days. Elliot's been down here the whole time. I came down late last night from Barcelona, from Dorna HQ. And really, I've got to say, it sounds like Elliot's had quite a bit of fun being here down, watching the free practices and all this sort of stuff, and watching this young man ride his way into becoming a champion.
That has been a very, very good couple of days yet. Got here on Tuesday, and it was a nice setup day. No bikes on track, but all the riders obviously very excited for the couple of days on track ahead, and very, very professional as well, of course. And then, yeah, Wednesday was free practice day, and they ventured out on track, and most of the riders just got straight down to business straight away. I was just watching from the sidelines thinking, wow, this is some serious talent on show, beginning their Grand Prix journeys. And then, yeah, the races today have been nothing short of fantastic. And you can just see there everyone just sticking around and just soaking it up and enjoying themselves. I mean, they don't have to do this, of course. They're not obliged to come down and stick around for hours on end, but it just goes to show that everyone's embracing the MiniGP World Series, and rightly so, because it's a fantastic setup. As Anna Espeleta just replaces his hat, probably says either P1 or champion on it. I'm sure it's a champion hat for them to take home and put on the mantelpiece alongside a couple of trophies, and that'll be staying with them forever. Memories made, but it could be just the first of many memories made, of course, because this is the beginning of, well, their careers. 11 years old is Buono, so he's got obviously plenty of years left ahead of him. He's not going to be on the Grand Prix stage for a while, but this is the whole point of it. The MiniGP World Series is the very beginning, and getting everyone onto the road to MotoGP through the Talent Cup systems, and then eventually, for the ones who do make it, into the World Championship.
Yeah, there was Tetsuta Nagashima down there again, taking a snap of Ikegami here with his machine. I'm sure that'll end up on Tetsuta's Twitter again, just as it was earlier after Ikegami won that first race. So obviously he's quite proud of the efforts that he's seen today from his countrymen. And really, as you say about the ages, what was Buono 11 years old, and then Cratchipsville's 12, and Ikegami only 14 as well. You know, so all very young boys, and they're going to grow into being fantastic racers. Obviously, Ikegami already at an age where he can advance on to some other series, and hopefully, you know, even next season we see him take that step. Obviously, it's a huge step as well, coming from Japan. We said about that earlier, kind of the geographical move of actually coming from areas like Japan or Australia, or even some of the others that we've seen today from India, Malaysia, Indonesia. You know, it's a huge thing to come over here to Europe, and even though it's only a kart track, it's also a circuit he's never seen before.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's still a learning curve, you know. So they've all done a fantastic job.
yeah, not easy for the guys further afield to come across to a completely new culture as well. Some of these riders probably even haven't been to this side of the world before, so to land here, not speaking the language potentially, I mean, I'd be surprised if the likes of the Japanese riders are speaking Spanish. Interesting what their English is like, but it's a massive step, but it's all part of the learning process, isn't it? To get them out and about in front of the cameras, in front of personnel such as MotoGP world champions. But it is time now to have the champion ceremony, as I just shadow what Fran's saying. So we'll let Fran kick on. Yeah, so enjoy the champion ceremony.
From the Italy series, please welcome Matteo Leoncini from the Italian Federation. And then please welcome back to the podium a race winner earlier today and third overall from the Japan series, Sergio Ikegami. And second overall after some incredible podium rides today from Germany representing the Austria series, it's FIM MiniGP. And finally, after an incredible weekend, your 2022 champion is from the Italy series, Gabriel Fabio Buono! So now, please welcome Valerio D'Alio, the CEO of Ovale, to present the team trophy to Matteo Leoncini from the Italian Federation. And then we have some special prizes for our third, second, and first classified riders. So please welcome Mirko Tonello from Thermal Technology to present tyre warmers to our 3 overall fastest riders today. And then now, the president of the FIM, Mr. Jorge Viegas, will present our medals. So the first medal will be third place overall to Sergio Ikegami. Congratulations. And Mr. Viegas will also present the second place medal to FIM MiniGP. And finally, the winner's medal to our 2022 champion, Gabriel Fabio Buono. Auguri. And now we have a very special prize for our champion too. And Simona Frattini from KYT will present the winner's helmet. Please welcome back our Talent Promotion Director from Dorna Sports, Anna Espeleta. And she presents the trophy to the first rider who is our champion, Gabriel Fabio Buono. And then finally, once more, please stand for and enjoy the glorious national anthem of Italy.
That was lucky, the rain's just started. Just in time. So just managed to finish all of the MiniGP action. Then the rain pours down, and here's Jorge Viegas doing his well, almost mandatory now that he does a little podium selfie, which I'm sure you'll see on his social medias later. But thank you to all for tuning in and listening to us with the MiniGP. Thanks to Fran down in pit lane, the always fantastic Fran Wild, done a great job. And really, we'll leave you with some highlights.
We certainly will. Highlights then from the super final race, the one that decided where the championship was going in 2022. And it was a fascinating 19-lap race. And it all came down to the final corner. We'll get to that very shortly indeed. But the top 18 then in the championship standings from race 1 and race 2 launched away from the line. Riders such as Pol Espargaro watching on, keenly watching on from the sidelines. Buono then picked his way to the front early on in the race and did pull a bit of a gap. Cratchittsville and Ikegami getting a bit too close to come there down at the final corner. But the riders behind did get into a rhythm, and this is Ikegami going for the race lead for the first time. He won race 1 early on, and he did end up finishing inside the top 3 in the overall standings. But after losing the gap at the front, Buono picked his way to the front there at the final corner, and then got back into a race with him. Cratchittsville picked him off for the race win, and it did all come down to these two on the final lap of the race. They'd pulled around about 1.5 seconds clear, but it all came down to this dramatic final corner. Cratchittsville out of shape on the way in, out of shape on the way out, and unfortunately his miraculous save wasn't quite enough to hand him the title. Buono took advantage to cross the line in first place to claim the 2022 FIM MiniGP World Series trophy. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a fabulous few days down here in Valencia, and we will see you next year. Bye for now.